understand and have a discussion around the youth and your voice in advocacy and policy and governance in South. So let's just be very open. Feel free to, there are no right or wrong answers, it's just your opinion and it's just a conversation that we're having. Some washrooms, sijui kama mlionyeshwa pale ziko, such that at least we just minimize moments if any one of us wants to have a washroom break kama kitu anze, we can start. So then, so at least maybe you can just start with introduction, tell me your name, your age, what you currently do. If you're an animal, who would you be? Nianzie wapi? Hapa, hapa, hapo, hapo. Anyone can go and then we just have a...
I think I can start.
Thank you.
So my name is Grace Jerry-Napa. I'm a quality analyst. And if I was to be an animal, we get these questions a lot when I work, so give me calm answer. If I was to be an animal, I'd be a cat. I'm so allergic to cats, but yeah, they're just so cuddly, especially black cats.
So you do that a black cat?
Yeah.
Unajua kwa Swahili black cat unajua huyo ni jini unajua huyo ni Masudi au Betito unachana na yeye umbuzi.
But they're the most affectionate cats, by the way.
The black cats,
Yeah.
specifically.
Yeah.
Nice to know. Thank you. Kwa hivyo tuache kuogopa.
So my name is Jefferson.
Sorry, just a minute, Jefferson.
Yeah.
My cat, you didn't tell me a age.
Oh, I was speaking cats. I'm turning 24, actually turning 25 on Monday.
Thank you.
Oh, I'm Jefferson Mugambi. Currently, I'm an ICT technician at Reret Company. 23 years. I can say kangaroo. Kangaroo. Hapo kwa explanation.
Tashwishi. Lakini kwa sauti utaweza kuongeza kidogo sauti.
Sawa sawa.
Kwa hiyo wewe ni kangaroo na utaki kuuliza kitu kingine, tujue tu wewe. Umenambia how old are you?
23.
23, thank you.
Hello, my name is Joy Myongki. I'm currently a student at Kenyatta University, my final year. I'm 23 years old. If I was an animal, I think I would be a dog. I just love how dogs are loyal to their owners. Yeah, that's it.
That's loyal.
Yeah.
Because to have you as a friend, I'm having a very loyal friend. Thank you.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Mumo Ndunda. I am 25. I am a lawyer. And if I will be an animal, I will be a hawk. Because hawks kill snakes. They pick and drop. Yeah. They do that to snakes.
Ndio costume go.
And
Tashwishi basi.
So hi, I'm Humphrey. I'm a student at ZTech. I'm 18 years old. If I was an animal, I would be an elephant.
Tell us more.
Because elephants stick to their paths. They don't. Wakipata njia moja wanifuata. Yeah.
Wewe ni wafuata nyayo. Hivyo hivyo tu. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Anastasia Nyamonye. I'm self-employed. I'm 20 years old. I like to be a cat.
You'd also love to be a cat.
Yes, I love
Are you a
cats.
black one, a white one,
I
a
like
brown
white.
one?
I like white one.
You are the white one. Why white?
I just love white cats.
White cat. Macho nazo zikuwe kala gani? Or si zile za white cat with brown eyes or blue eyes. umesonga for blue, sema brown kwanza.
Just love the blue eyes and also the brown.
The brown eyes. Sawa. So for purposes of conversation and anonymity purposes, please allow me to refer to you by your animal name and not your real name. Sasa niwaite aje my two cats sasa. Niite Blackie na Whitey ama what do I do?
Papa Power.
Nafanya nini? Sitaki paka pawa, nataka niweze kurefer to you. Sasa nikisema paka pawa unajua wataniangalia wote. Sawa, paka pawa basi, no problem. So to start us off, I just wanted us to I wanted you to let me know what are the current, how would you describe your current situation right now? It might be you personally, or maybe the situation of the people in your age group.
In terms of
Anything, if you just to describe the things that people in your age group is currently going through, what are some of the things that you would point out?
okay, I think I can start.
Sure.
The thing that comes like immediately to my mind is financial financial discipline, because for me I started working when I was around 19, 18, and I've been hopping in jobs, and I wasn't taught how to financially manage my money. So that's a skill I've had to learn, and I've had a lot of my friends talk about it. Yes, we get salaries and we pay our bills, but that extra amount we get, we don't know whether to invest, to save, to use it. We didn't get that financial discipline, but now with the current internet and everything, we've known how to budget. But some people have not yet grasped the financial discipline.
So financial discipline is one. Any other thing?
For me, like I'm a student, so like it's like natumia any language, no?
It's true.
Yeah. So students wengi like many students like wako na shida in terms of like school fees and kulipa fees and help, naona venye imekuwa ikisumbua, and people upkeep na strikes, lecturers ku strike. Yeah, so I think the union affect us as students here currently.
So we mentioned fees, upkeep, na
Yeah,
insurance.
yeah.
Okay. Tokeni. Ni mapema sana kuanza kuwa tumenyamaziana hivi.
Okay, I think I would say something that is affecting us, especially I'm a final year student, something that I've witnessed with my friends and other people, it's the mental state kwa students. Wenye unakuja kumaliza, unashikwa na ile ya so what next, unaenda wapi, na kuna venye we were raised hatukufunzwa kucope with these things that come out of nowhere. Hujui penye chini unafaa kufanya, hujui kujipanga, so unapata most students wana fall into depression at a very young age. Yes, I think that's something that is affecting us.
Anything to add?
Unemployment.
Unemployment.
Because like 99% of our youth, they are not employed. They are seeking for maybe something to work for, and it's not easy.
Okay.
Oh, mine is just the same point, lack of jobs.
Lack of jobs.
Yeah.
As an IT technician, have you been able to secure a job ama nile tu bado unajifanyia freelance?
Oh, ni freelanced.
Ni freelance?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've mentioned some of the things that we feel like the people at this particular age group are facing, and maybe what has changed over the last years.
Sorry. So as I mentioned, over the last years, thanks to TikTok, we've broadened our knowledge about a lot of things. Like, ukiwa tu kwa FYP, you just see a new disease that hujaiona, you go searching for it. I have a friend who has nerve disease that I've never heard of it. It causes her so much pain, and without her talking to us about it on TikTok, we would have never known. The same with budgeting, like anything thanks to the internet, I'd say has been the most improvement that we've seen in the past years.
Okay. Anything else that maybe has brought about what the current situation you're in and has changed over the years? Yes,
Over the years, I think, like, as a country, tumetoka mbali, like, ukiangalia infrastructures and everything, roads, schools and everything, like, in the past few years, tumedevelop sana. Huwezi sema you're still the same, like, kama nye tulikuwa like 5 or 10 years ago. Yeah.
Yes.
Can I talk about his point? Your lecturer strike and everything, there's been change in government policies. When you really change mambo ya fees kutoka amount yetu ilikuwa tunalipa ikapanda all of a sudden, then ikaleta issues na student strike, wazazi kushindwa kulipa fees. Then they introduced this new policy where they're providing scholarship, part of it. Then I think that change has helped some students to get back to school and continue their studies, and it has also brought other issues. Kuna wenye bado hawezi kulipa hiyo amount yenye wamewekewa.
So we've seen about the change, we've seen about the situation we're in. Do we feel like there are any opportunities for us and the people at? Do we have any opportunities? Does this generation have any opportunities?
Define opportunities.
Exactly that. Do you think that you have an opportunity? Whichever way you understand that opportunity.
I think we do.
You think you do?
Yeah.
Which opportunity?
If you're given a chance to like be involved in the government, to make the changes, and also to like be heard. Juu unaona our generation kuna points zenye tunakujanga nazo, vitu zenye tuna face na wenye na to represent hawazioni. So if you're given a chance to like air them out na tusikize, then they provide these resources za kuweza kuachieve hizi vitu. I think there is an opportunity for us to make it. Yeah.
Vitu kama gani sasa? Unataka resources ya kufanya hizi vitu. Hizi vitu gani sasa?
Nitasema aje?
Yoyote tu, whatever comes to mind. Au kusaidia hapo. Saidia hapo. Tunataka resources kufanya vitu gani? Ama what opportunities do you think? Nakukujia bado nataka kuelewa vitu. What opportunities do you think are there for this generation and even the other coming generations?
Well, I think there are tons of opportunities, but now they're somehow beyond reach. Just a bit beyond reach. Like you have to find a way to bridge that gap between you and the opportunity. Now, let's say opportunity is coming through education. Well, for starters, our education system has somehow become more messed up. We see every year a lot of universities have a lot of students graduating, which is not a bad thing, because universities pushing out a lot of students is in itself a metric of growth and development. And now the question now goes back to what really have these students achieved in the 4 years that they've been in the universities, and you find there's not so much to show for it. And also now, once they're out of it, very few of them have been taught how to create the opportunities themselves, let's say in terms of jobs and employment and being a productive member of society. They're basically taught to find employment. And now employment is not there, because we can go back to government doing a shady job with it, but also again we also have to push the blame back to the universities for not really being more of an entrepreneurial aspect of society, because now we find a lot of our engineering students and engineers have been reduced to mechanics. They only repair things that have been built by engineers from other countries, which is not what they were trained to do. I don't know if I'm making sense.
You are
So, kitu kama hiyo.
kitu kama hiyo. Hey,
So,
yes.
to add on to what he said, to add on / contradict,
Okay.
with the new CBC, there's, I have a small, I'm allowed to say, I have a small sister, and she just, the results will talk here, I think yesterday, and how it's divided, there's STEM, there's cultural something, like it's divided in ways that, where the child is an a shine, that's where they're going to be directed. For example, she's so good in STEM, now she's going to be directed to that side. But then again, the issue comes in, what will happen after she graduates? So she's going now to senior high, and then she goes to campus. What will now happen? I've done data analysis personally, but now I'm a quality analyst. Where I work, we have doctors, we have lawyers, we have all kinds of people. But then now when it comes to putting into work what you've studied, now that's where the issue comes in. I graduated in 2022, but I've not practiced data analyzing at all, because it's so different from quality analyst. I don't get after job quality data analyst anywhere, you have to have this broad knowledge where it's not produced, you're not taught in campus. You now have to go and pay additional school fees where you're supposed to have been taught these things in campus. Now you have to go and now look for other resources so that you can know what these companies are looking for.
Kangaroo umenyamaza sana. What are you thinking? What are some of the opportunities that are there for this generation?
I'm just thinking how you could tell.
You want to comment?
Yeah, like unajua tunasemanga opportunities present themselves, but I think for us, for this generation, ni ngumu. Like hizo opportunities lazima uende uzitafute, lazima utoke nje usome, like uende ufanye interviews and azijileti wewe mwenyewe, lazima uende uko nje uzitafute. Yeah, so like imekuwa ngumu as Kai generation, yeah, but hizo opportunities present.
Okay. I don't know, I'm struggling to get the opportunities from you people. Because kama tukianza, if these opportunities are not there, because naona tu tunarudi kwa the issues that are there and what is not making us get there. So where are we trying to go to? What are some of the opportunities that are there? Or maybe what is needed to generate an opportunity for you people? Perhaps we can go into the other way. If XYZ is done, then maybe we can have 1, 2, 3. Because I've heard about STEM, but then your biggest concern is fine, she's good, she's STEM, okay. What next? Senior high, where? We've graduated, what next? So maybe what needs to be done for us to get certain opportunities? Maybe if we do 1, 2, 3, then we can get 4, 5, 6. Paka power. What's your take? What do you think needs to be done for you to get maybe 1, 2, 3? Think about it in terms of like other people your age who are self-employed. What needs to be done for something else to generate other opportunities? Sure.
Okay, I think opportunity is such a broad term because it can be opportunity to further education, opportunity to access capital for your business, employment opportunities, and such. So, what exactly?
Whatever, as in, you see, what for you is an opportunity is not what he is looking for as an opportunity. Is not what she is looking for as an opportunity, or maybe all the people as her. Because I believe like we are all trying to pursue different things. We are all trying to arrive at different goals. So which goals are these? Which I want to put those goals as the opportunities that are there for you to get there, and what needs to be done for you to get there.
Okay, let me use an example for myself. I once had the opportunity, which was later taken away from me, to study in China for my master's. Then the last minute, somehow, my name is dropped from the list of the scholarship, and some guy whose dad or mom is someone in government ends up being switched up. Common mwananchi unarudi bezi ya jabo. So now you see the biggest hindrance to such an opportunity is corruption from government and such. So what can be done for someone like me to get such an opportunity? Well, number one, getting it on merit in Kenya is quite difficult. So we can go back to figuring out a way to stop this corruption thing. Yeah, or also figure a way to enjoy yourself.
So to you find that corruption is a big hindrance to you getting to a certain point where you would be. Transparency in everything that is being done and merit being put in the forefront. Thank you.
I think I'd also add on top of what he said, as a woman specifically, I've had encounters with bosses who are too sexual. So to a point where if I have proved myself that I can do it and I really want that promotion and I'm really good for it, they will say you have to sleep with me or you have to do me this favor so that you can get this opportunity. There's a common ground where whoever is in charge will be able to give you a fair opportunity with another person. So if you're two people in the same job and then we are trying to get promoted, we have to go an extra mile apart from what we have in merit so that you can prove that you can get that opportunity.
For me, I can put it like this: maybe showcasing your skills.
Showcasing your skills.
Yeah.
Maybe as an opportunity or as a hindrance to getting that opportunity. As an opportunity,
Maybe elephant has a skill in making beads. So naweza mtafuta anitengenezea ama nimrefer kwa mzee fulani juu anajua kutengeneza hizo vitu. Yeah.
Sawa. Nothing to add. Elephants.
Opportunities like penye amesema like nitarudia tu kushowcase skills like usigoje zikujie, like kama we ni nimesema ni data analyst, umesomea like unaenda kwa hiyo company unaambia mimi nimesomea hii na najua kufanya hivi, so like mtanisaidia aje? So like usigoje hapo, like hizo opportunities zilete, like hizo jobs kusoma abroad, nimesema like usigoje, don't wait. Like I think procrastination bado like inafanya watu wengi kwa generation yetu wanapitwa na vitu mingi. Yeah.
So you've mentioned about corruption, you've mentioned about sexual favors being asked. Now, do you think, like you as the youth, do you have a voice in politics and governance?
Yes.
Do you have a voice?
Yes.
Yes. Silent. So I have 3 yeses and I have 3 silents. Do you
No.
think we have a voice?
No.
In your own opinion?
No.
We don't have a voice. People in your age don't have a voice in politics and governance.
Yeah.
Okay, Kangaroo, I'm coming back to you. Kangaroo, do you think like you have a voice, or people your age have a voice in politics and governance?
Yes.
Yes, it's there.
Yeah, we do have a voice.
You do have a voice. Elephant, why do you think we don't have a voice?
Because kuanzia last year, this year, sisi kama this generation bring up so many things, like tunataka government ifanye, na mpaka leo hatujaona, they've not acted upon it, like bado haja act, so like I don't think we have a voice.
You can just mention some of those things that you wanted to the government to change.
So 24 watu walienda protest wakisema finance bill isipitishwe, bado ikapitishwa. Last year watu wakasema watu wachukuliwa, bado wakaendelea bado. So I don't think watu tumechagua kwa parliament, like they're not doing their job. Kazi yao tu ni kulipo, wameendea pesa huko.
You think we have a voice? What makes you think say that?
Okay, what I would say and what I've already seen, okay, maybe I can say in terms of maybe someone needs some help, maybe from the governor somewhere. We have some governors, they will hear our voices, maybe youths, maybe you have a problem like you want to pay your school fees, you will go there and say like, yeah, I'm a first year, second year, my parents are like this, I don't have something, sometimes they hear it. They feel that pain they have, but some they don't.
Some they don't.
Yes.
Okay. Kangaroo, what makes you feel like we actually have a voice in politics?
In some cases, maybe in some areas, maybe there's an issue in roads, and the residents there complain so much of roads and maybe electricity. Then the people who are managing the places try and figure out how they can start designing the area. Yeah, so me I can say,
That's what makes you feel like
Yeah.
we do have a voice. Okay.
Yeah, we do have a voice. And our voice is actually very loud to an extent that it made history last year after the Manda, where we were able to bring a sitting head of state into a space in Twitter and air out our concerns. In as much as nothing was ever born from that meeting, partly because Osama Otero was hosting it from State House, we can say our voice is very loud. Because before that, the president was begging, please come and talk to us, send a delegation to State House. We want to listen to you.
Kujeni tuongee.
Nakwambia wewe kuja kuletu.
Oh. So,
Na bow down.
okay. Anything else?
Now, in terms of governance in itself, and the role of modern day, present day youth in our country's democracy, it's quite limited. Because, number one, IBC has been conducting voter registration drives even inside university campuses. And since they started, very few people in the Gen Z age group have actually registered as voters. And Twitter, must go. Sasa unaona hawezi go kama una kura. So that is how our voice now becomes very silent.
Can't you want to add something or shoot a follow-up question to that in regards to now what needs to be done for that silence to come back to as much noise as it's there on Twitter?
I think they've covered most of, if not all of what I wanted to say.
If not all. What needs to be done then? How can we ensure that the loudness and the silence that is shrinking, both of them get to the same point? Even if not to the same point, at least it becomes a bit louder rather than as mute as it's going to.
Civic education, a lot of it, and not civic education conducted by NGOs and government institutions, but civic education, like as an individual, and come and explain to her rights and everything, and she does it to the next person and the next and the next. With that, we can spread it in a sort of wildfire, and in, let's say, 1 year we can actually see progress and results.
Civic education not from an NGO but from within.
Bottom up.
Anything else that maybe we feel that needs to be done to enable us have a bigger voice in government?
I think having more representatives in government as youth, like watu wengi wenye kwa government ni wazee wameishi kwa government, kwa parliament yenye hakuna like mse hakuna like youth uenda ako kwa ground, like anajua nini inafanyika, like anaenda huko anasema like youth anasema hivi, like wanataka hivi, wanataka, hakuna like more representatives in government.
More representation in government.
Yeah.
I want to say my opinion.
Not only just the youth, but very, very assertive youth. Because yes, we are saying we want youth in government, but then akiingia kwa government, what happens? We voted for someone, and then we believe that they're going to make a change in this government, and then akishaingia, I don't know what happens because but whatever happens, either they're brainwashed or something, now wanatuacha us as the youth, now they start siding with the government because they are now part of the government. So not only youth, but very, very assertive youth who will stick to the plan from the word go.
Question: what is the plan?
Hey, now, even if I say I'm not a perfect person, and maybe I don't know if they are threatened or what, but yes, I can say the ideal plan is, yes, I know what you're struggling with, and I would like to go into the government, but nikifika hapo, will my family be threatened if I don't go with what the government is saying? Yeah.
Well, you see the problem with that? Kenyan politics is very elitist.
Is very
elitist. For example, leo niamke niseme sasa nataka kwenda kusimama MP huko kwetu. Naambia wewe unasimama na una pesa kwa nini?
Yeah.
Hii kitu inakuanga ya matajiri. So that notion hii tunaanga ya matajiri. You find the people who get elected to these offices are people who made their wealth in very questionable ways. And then they're going to find a way to overspend in their campaigns and everything, because they know once they get to power, they'll recoup and get some more. So sasa wewe ukitoka huko umekuja kuwaletea maendeleo, tuko na vision. Kwa hiyo vision yako utakuwa unaitwa mheshimiwa huko nje ukaenda
Actually, that goes back to the political aura that you have as a country. As you say, lazima ukuwe tajiri so that you can get into government. Maybe I'm just a common mwananchi, natoa 1 million ya kupeana nini kwa soko so that I get voted for. Yeah.
So back to, you had a question. What's the plan?
As the ideal plan.
Okay, what's the ideal plan?
Niingie government.
Ingia government. Wewe common mwananchi hauna milioni moja. Wewe ya government.
Nikiingia government.
Utaingia. Let's start from there. What's the plan for you to get there?
I'd say, talking to my fellow youth, as you said, we need more voters so that you can get these votes. In as much as any of the staff went out campaign, I can talk to friends of friends of friends of friends, and we'll spread the word, like we are anasimama. And in my head, the ideal plan is whoever tuna contest naye kwa kiti, I hataenda nao kwa ground, sasa anze kupongana. You know? Yeah, like in my head I don't have like a plan, but the ideal plan.
All opinions are valid.
Yeah.
And we are just here to, try to get to those plans that are still not well thought of, to see maybe now what can be done, because I'm trying to, if I can relate, I'll find there another big population again, still with that same idea as you. Hope you want to learn something.
Well, I think the best solution to that, but then again it goes back to Parliament, who are not going to do it, is find a way to come up with a law that limits campaign budgets. Because how is it that someone is using over 35 million shillings to campaign for a seat that pays 700,000 shillings per month? Even that, in the 5 years that he will be in that office, the salary is itself not even going to cover the amount of money he used to get into the office. So that is where you start seeing, barabara ilijengwa nusu. CDF hakuna, hospitali hainanga hata stima. Nurse ni mmoja na daktari anaonga kwa kijiji akitembea. So now you see, because these people are trying to recover the money. And now if you make it be that the amount of money you can use to campaign is capped to a certain degree, and let's say ndio seme unaonewa, you can be given airtime 1 hour by some media stations per week, and you give out your sera. That can work. And also we have to make these government positions less lucrative by scrapping these funds, bursary, CDF, ANGOA. You take them away from these legislators, because their work is to make laws. Hawafai kuwa na shughuli yote kwa maendeleo. Now if you take that from the MP, anajua akiingia hapo hakuna mahali ataiba, na atafanya ile kazi aliandikwa hapo afanye.
It's an interesting conversation. I remember what was happening just the other day when walikuwa wanaambiwa wanatolewa bursary and walikasirika sana. So anyway, do we see any similarities with what we are facing with other African countries, the young people in other African countries?
Yes and no.
Coming back to kangaroo. Kwanza waongee kidogo. Kangaroo dog. Elephant tulia kidogo. Kangaroo dog, my white cat. are there any similarities that you're seeing with what the young people in Kenya are facing and also other young people in other African countries are also facing?
Yes.
Like which issue is cross-cutting across the other countries?
Issue of the youth having lack of jobs, unemployment, yeah, and
unemployment and what one last thing that you wanted to say, unemployment and what else?
Sauti yao isikiki. Yeah.
Okay. Dog?
I think yes, like, okay, I don't know if ni kabisa, but tuangalie ka Tanzania, recently wamekuwa pia wana protest, kuna a lot of police brutality juu ya corruption. Like it's the same issue na Kenya. Pia si tunafightia corruption, unemployment, inflation levels. Yeah, I think tuna relate.
Most of them wanaishi kwa streets, hawana mahali pa kwenda, hawana kukula, some of the kids of maybe wamepelekwa orphanage, they have nothing.
Turudi kwa point hata kuuliza swali venye umesema hiyo law ipasiwe. Sasa hiyo law nani hata hii nini? Juu bado
bunge yetu ni mfano.
In Nairobi bado tuko government. Unajua hizi sema like to cap nini budget ya campaign. Alafu hakuna mtu anafuatilia hiyo story. Mwenye anafuatilia bado ni hiyo government bado tu. Umesema 10 million. President appear president pesa kwa 20 na kwa government bado. Simuongezea tena nyingine hapo. So naona like hakuna mtu wa
It's an issue.
Yeah.
Yes, it's an issue and it's something that, if I can be better, it's the cycle of between the hen and the egg, which one will come first. Yes, so, jamani nikajua tu hapo tukitaka kukaa kwa tutasonga sawa. Try to compare the similarities, the cross-cutting issues we have from Kenya, maybe comparing to Tanzania and other African countries. So nimeambiwa police brutality, unemployment, the issues around orphanages and mentioned something else.
The voice
Corruption.
Like walikuwa na protest hadi wakanani prime minister wao wakaingia like hiyo ni the same like sisi as Kenya like government air out the grievances wamesema tunataka hizi vitu zifanye wakakata and then the youths wakaenda street na wakamanage kutoa prime minister wao kwa nini kwa kiti.
Tumeenda Nepal, tulirudi hapa Afrika sasa. Tukompea hapa nyumbani kwanza. The problems, or if there are problems that maybe we think are being experienced by youth in other countries that are also different to us, we can try to do both similarities of what we're experiencing and also differences of what might also be there across the, let's not first go globe, kuje tu kwanza kwa continent.
Tunaweza angalia like Uganda, sidhani they have youth representation. Like the president amekuwa kwa hiyo kiti sijui since when, na they're actually not even allowed to protest. Juu kuna time Kenya tulikuwa na protest and everything, walikuwa wataka kuleta hiyo issue, then wakaambiwa mtajaribu kuongea sijui watauliwa manini, but they were threatened. For them it's worse. We are much better.
We are much better.
I can talk about transportation. Like in Uganda, hawana barabara zinapoa ama magari za transportation, infrastructure.
Yes.
War.
Sorry?
War. Yeah, I think in Sudan. Yeah, Sudan, like youths, the women and children wanauliwa na the RSF, wanaua the youths and everything. So like like kumekuwa na instability, like hakuna kitu inaendelea, like tu ni war tu.
I'd say infrastructure. Rwanda is one of the cleanest countries and has the most beautiful roads, and like I'd say we are not where Rwanda is, but Rwanda is one of the, I don't know to say best, but its infrastructure yao iko so highly imekwa juu sana thanks to their president. Jonathan John Legend alienda kuperform huko, and it was one of the safest concerts that has ever been seen. Chris Brown alikuja huko Mombasa karibu ifanyike. So the safety in Rwanda and the infrastructure and everything as compared to Kenya, we have a little bit to go.
So we're talking about infrastructure. Now let's come down to issues affecting us, or issues for or against us, and compare them what the young people in Kenya and the young people in Rwanda. Do we have similarities? Do we have differences in your opinion?
I'd say unemployment, same thing.
Unemployment.
Yeah, we have a lot of Rwandese people in Kenya coming to look for jobs. Hata wanauza njugu crips kwa barabara because they don't have that opportunity in Rwanda. The same way Kenyans are just going outside the country, but South Africa, Nigeria, everywhere to look for these opportunities.
Okay.
Just to reply to her, I don't think this Rwandese nationals wenye wanakuanga wakiuza njugu na wakinyoa watu wa kinyozi are here because of lack of opportunities. They're not here for greener pastures.
Really?
Yeah, they're here for like asylum seekers. In as much as we say Rwanda is under the leadership of Kagame, Rwanda is a very good democracy and everything. Rwanda, all that is a facade, and it's very plastic, and the tension from the 1994 genocide is still very much there. So most of these people are government dissidents to some degree, and others are products of human trafficking, because you just go and pick people from there, unafikisha boda na trailer, unaleta huku, they become beggars, they beg, jioni whatever they collected they bring back to you.
Actually, come to think of it, I've heard stories that a lot of these Rwandese people and Burundi people, they've paid very, very, like wanalipwa peanuts as compared to what a Kenyan would be paid. That makes sense.
Also, to the opportunity issue, I think the youth in South Africa are having it far much worse than we are. And as much as it's a very developed country. Now you see the problem is Nelson Mandela left them freedom, and only freedom. So there was no education, no nothing. So these people get to the age where they're supposed to be fending for themselves. They don't have the requisite skills to perform in jobs. So expatriates take these jobs. And these people, they go back and they go down the path of xenophobia. Because now the only thing South African youth have is a mapiano that has been keeping them going. Yeah. But they're very talented. They've entertained Africa since the days of Yvonne Chaka Chaka.
So if we move outside the entertainment industry, the young people in South Africa, we tell them like now the entertainment industry is capped, maxed. What else can they do, in your own opinion?
I think very, very little. Because now, you know, Mandela told them education is the great engine that pushes society forward. Through education, the son of a mine worker can become the national engineer, and the son of a village farmer can become a doctor. But he never left policies in place for them to actually achieve said education.
And his education system
So that's why they're always complaining that the white man is still running the country in as much as it's a black president over there.
Do they have an education system?
They do.
They do. What's the gap in that education system, in your own opinion?
Or in my opinion, not backed by any data.
If it's backed by data, fine, it's not. You see, because you might start telling me and cite documents and all that. Like, I know you're a lawyer, so you want to perfect that. So let's just summarize it. Whether it's backed by data, whether it has some bias of you, what do you think is working for the education system and what is not? Or where is the gap in them not being able to transition from being that son of a farmer to being that national engineer?
Maybe you can start by looking at the composition of government. Just the same way we're having these problems over here in Kenya. It's always the government that is messing things for everyone.
Okay.
Because now you see the pretty much a one-party state to some degree, even if there's this Malema's party where they wear red and everything. And the few who try and push for government reforms are advised by their parents not to do so, because in the parents' generation they saw a lot of youths fighting for change and for Mandela to be released, and a lot of them were killed. So now back to education. Now you see the government is not doing anything. You can have the best education system in the world with the best of intentions, but now it's all about execution and implementation. Because now you see, let's come back to Kenya during Kibaki's time. The biggest step in our education was the free primary education thing, and that program eased the burden from parents paying school fees and everything, and so the kids were able to go to school. So mzazi alikuwa anatafuta tu pesa ya majukumu yake hapa na pale, kulea watoto, chakula, but now the education itself was being covered by the government. And that's so a huge transition of kids to high school, and from high school to university. And now you can see in our country a lot of these positions are, let's say, skilled workers from, what are they called? TVET, and non-skilled workers. They're all able to find a way to cut a piece in the employment sector or in the entrepreneurship field, because they got that first basic level of education from the government. And in South Africa it's quite different. Education is pretty much a privilege. It's not a guarantee. And now a lot of the kids in the slums end up becoming criminals. That's why there's a lot of high crime rate over there.
High crime rate.
Yeah.
So when you're talking about these things, you mentioned about protests.
Mm-hmm.
When you're talking about Kenya and the protest beat came around, isn't it? So did any of us participate in any of the protests that were there?
Yeah.
1, 2, 3,
I
Yep.
did.
You did.
Yeah.
Kangaroo?
Nikose aje.
Right? You did not. Sawa. Maybe what stopped you from being part of that protest? You are not in Kenya. Ungekuwa? Ungeenda. So, wenye hamukukosekana hapo, mulikuwa ground ama mulikuwa online ama mulikuwa wapi? Both.
Mm.
Both. You have Kangaroo?
Za kwanza lilikuwa zingine online.
Uka transition online.
Both.
Both. Both.
Zote.
Both. Online ama ground?
Online.
Online.
Those
So, okay. What pushed you? Nini ndio ilikuwa inakufanya utake kuenda mpaka mzazi anakwambia kaa hapa chini?
I think like tulikuwa na si wote tulikuwa like tuna push for something. So like ka youth tulikuwa tumeshikana, tulikuwa united. Tulikuwa tumesema hiki kitu lazima ifanyike. So like nilikuwa involved me, nilikuwa nataka pia nilikuwa
Kukua kufanya nini ni kitu gani ulikuwa unaenda kufanya? Ulikuwa unaenda
the youth walikuwa na protest for the finance bill got rejected na better government reforms na ashuke. So like hiyo ndio ilikuwa fanya waende kwa street.
ndio kitu gani kwenda kufanya wewe uende ama kulikuwa na kitu tofauti na hiyo yenye ilikuwa inakufanya wewe utake kuenda?
Hiyo tu ndio ilifanya.
Hiyo tu. How was your experience like online?
It was good because the youth were sharing videos. Nilikuwa na spread awareness kitu kifanyika hii side, mnasema like hii side kuna wameka blockades hii side hii side. So like I think na bado wana share like hizo manifesto like wanataka hii na hii ifanyike. Alafu kama mimi naweza tumia huyu, natumia my friends because hii ndio we are fighting for this. Yeah.
And what pushed you into the protests and what was your experience like in both forums?
Hiyo unajua ni hiyo unity yetu sisi vijana. So siwezi kosa kuenda na best yangu wanaenda wote. So tunatokea sisi wote tunaenda.
How was your experience?
It was first time because it was tough. Kutuliza tear gas. Yeah, so it was the first time to kutuliza tear gas. So it was a tough experience.
Yeah.
For me, I remember zote from the femicide one to Zamandamano, and the femicide one was I think it was better compared to the ingine the finance bill. And my experience, sikukula tear gas because nilikuwa natorokea kwa ofisi. I was lucky enough to nikapata somewhere that I could nikae hadi ishe, but it was a very bad experience. Ulikuwa na mtu anauliwa tu mbele yako and you can't do anything, and it was ilikuwa very scary. But the online experience, it was amazing. Ulikuwa like people are sharing, as Elephant said, people are sharing everything, like msiende hapa, do this, you can do see tega affect, you can do this, you can do this. The online experience was better than kwa ground. Kwa ground was very, very scary. And what pushed me is mshahara yangu inaenda kupungua sana, just because someone wants to eat more, anataka kuingiza more kwa mfuko yake in the expense of us who are employed and are being taxed and hizo vitu zote. So it was hurting me financially, and also why would you kill someone because they're trying to protest, and why would you send goons and people to kuibia watu because they're trying to kuongea of what they're going through kwa ground outside the government.
Dog?
What pushed me to go to the protest? The first one yenye nilienda kabisa ni ya femicide. Na kitu ilinipush ni I lost a friend through rape. And yeah, it was painful, so singekaa tu kwa nyumba. Then hizi zingine za mambo ya the country, kuna here police brutality juzi tu this year. Like wenye watu wanauliwa hapo bure sijui kidogo tu mtu ameabduct. I was like, what if it's my brother ameenda hivyo? So kulikuwa na pain pia hapo. But the experience ya tear gas is not that good. Tear gas anakukimbia town. I don't like running, so it is not that good.
It's not a cup of tea.
I know.
Aha. How could you for us?
Sasa mimi hiyo 2024 hata sikuwa nimesoma finance bila hata sikuwa najua ni June. Naingia Twitter naona #reject finance bill. Nasema acha ni download nisome. Sikuwa isoma. Huko tu Twitter nikaingia space nikapata sasa ndio inachambuliwa. After machambuliwa next day watu wakasema ni aje tuingie ni ground. Sasa hiyo ya kwanza sikuwa ndio nililenga. Sasa Twitter tu bado naona na huko watu wanafurahia bwana. Naona watu wako na roller skates. Wengine wako huko Cardinal Tunga wanaimba wanyunyizio maji wakaribia kuingia bunge. Kasema hiyo wiki nyingine pia mimi niko hapo. Na nikakuwa zote hadi ya mwisho ya June 25th yenye ilikuwa sasa ni kama siku ya shetani. To what propelled me to the maandamano naweza sema ni Twitter, especially after sasa tumeelezewa finance bill kunaenda aje. Watu wakasema sasa hii kitu hatuwezi kubali, punda amechoka. Nikaamua acha tuende tukachoke pamoja.
Experience.
Kwa maandamano sasa.
Yeah.
Kwa ground.
In both spaces, because you are active in both
Oh.
spaces.
On the internet I saw something that reminded me why we are Kenyans. You know, our national philosophy is Harambe, and it means pulling together. Now on Twitter I saw that come to life as Jomo Kenyatta had envisioned it. So we came together in masses. Huyu anasema yana kwanga daktari anajua vile ata set up watu injury watakuwa wamepangwa. Wakili anasema tupatane hapo Central. Hakuna mwenye analala ndani. So business community wanasema mimi nakuanga na hoteli yangu hapo. Mkisikia tiaga simezidi tuwapatia maji free. Watu wanduthi wanasema wanakupeleka maandamano bila kulipa fare. So naona that was Harambe coming in. Na sasa kwa ground unajua hata hatuko na wasiwasi na hao afande pia wako shughuli yao. Ulikuwa unaona saa zingine afande anakutandika, anarusha tear gas pia yeye na mwai, mnampatia maji anaoga macho. So the experience for ground, in as much as there is the traumatizing aspect of it was somewhat of a festival, a concert of sorts. Watu walikuwa chapa doba hapa tao.
So usually before #reject finance bill and some other stories also came along. I'd want to ask you about some two campaigns that ran across Africa some time back. If you are or if you're not aware, there was an EndSARS. In one of us who you know about EndSARS?
That was the one in Nigeria.
Apart from you, anyone else here who knows about EndSARS, who's heard about it before?
Sounds familiar, like
How you can't place it. Okay. So you're aware about it?
Vaguely. I just know it's Nigeria, right?
Yes. Okay. And what about the #fees must fall? Fees must fall.
Yeah, I remember that.
For the rest of us, I'm introducing something new. No problem. That's why we're here. So we'll just show you a small clip. Please take notes. We'll really discuss about it. Sana.
The 77% show. This week we are in Kenya's capital, Nairobi. Hello and welcome to the 77% show. This week we are in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, where since June, this city and indeed the rest of the country have been turned into a political stage. There have been major protests by young people and some even lost their lives. More coming up on this very special edition show I'm Edith Kimani. Now, if you've seen any images from Kenya lately, you may notice that today is a very quiet day here in Nairobi. There are no chanting crowds, mercifully, no tear gas. But since mid-June, young Kenyans have been gathering on these streets, in town halls, and also online. Now, initially, the mostly Gen Z protesters wanted a controversial finance bill that would increase taxes in the country to be dropped. But now, those protests, like others in Africa, are about much more than a single issue. Here's what's coming up. We'll find out what's sparked Kenya's nationwide protest. We'll look at previous youth protests from other parts of the continent. And we'll try to find out where all this could be heading. But before we go any further, let's take a look at what's happened until now.
This is uptown Nairobi, and on a normal day, it would be traffic congestion on the road. But right now, the road is full of young people who have been protesting a controversial finance bill.
Police using what I would consider to be excessive force. At the moment, we've just had to pull back. We had seen somebody get injured just beyond the road there.
It started out as peaceful protests. Young Kenyans draped in flags calling for Kenya's parliament to reject a finance bill that many felt imposed exorbitantly high taxes on an already squeezed Kenyan population.
We're already paying taxes, and the reason that we are paying, they're not doing much with it.
Our parents are suffering. We are suffering. That's illegal. If I never came here, this would have gotten out of hand. So I must be here so that I'll be heard. My boss will be heard by the Kenyans.
The so-called Gen Z protesters were soon met with tear gas, water cannons, arrests, and even live bullets. The second day of protests ended in the deaths of 29-year-old Rex Masai, allegedly shot in the evening of the protest, and 21-year-old Evans Kiratu, who died after he was hit by a tear gas canister. Yet that was only the start. On June 25th, the protest went nationwide. In Nairobi, the focus was on Parliament, and after MPs voted for the adoption of a finance bill, protesters stormed the National Assembly with police opening fire on them.
This was one of the walls from Parliament that was actually brought down by the protesters. There's blood all over. There's a truck on this other side that has been burnt, belonged to the police.
Since the beginning of the protests, over 50 people lost their lives and many more were injured. But that did not deter people. They organised blood donations, raised money to put hospital bills, and organised a concert in remembrance of the victims.
For the longest time, leadership in Africa has been in the hands of the old and the elite and the rich thugs. But now people are saying, no, wait a minute, we're the majority in the continent. We are the ones who don't have jobs. We're the ones there in the Mediterranean Sea trying to go abroad. So the young people are saying, you know what, we want to fight for our country instead of dying in the high seas or going to do manual jobs in Europe.
In the weeks since, the protests have become more sparse.
Unlike the numbers we've witnessed in the previous weeks, today very few protesters have come out. In part due to the high number of security details. You can see behind me, they keep lobbing tear gas. It's all over the air.
With the heavy security presence, arrests, and often even abductions by plainclothes officers, the protesters may not all be in the streets, but the conversations continue on X spaces, offline, and through courts and petitions.
This is it, the political awakening. Everyone is aware. You know, we're not following politicians around, taking pictures, and we are asking them the real questions. And so many people are saying this has died, but it's actually the beginning.
And the government's response? Kenya's president has sent the finance bill back to Parliament and dismissed his entire cabinet. He has attempted to dialogue with the protesters, but they say his actions don't show true will.
Now, it's a little eerie to be walking on these streets because this was a site of some of the worst skirmishes during the Nairobi protests. Now, the country's parliament is just around the corner, and on June 25th, young people were able to breach the barriers there and gain entry. Now, of course, a lot of people were injured, and many more also lost their lives. Now, we invited young people to discuss this issue and to tell us why exactly they were out on the streets. And it turns out that they were more interested in talking about how security personnel dealt with the protesters. Watch. Hello and welcome back to the 77% Street Debate. My name is Edith Kimani, and this week we are back in Kenya's capital of Nairobi. But we're here to ask, are protests the only way for Kenyans to get their voices heard? And what next for the young people of this movement? Who better to answer that question than the actual members of the movement? Shakira, let's start with you, because you stood up to a police officer and you said, "You're not taking me anywhere, I'm standing up for my rights." Why were you so angry that day?
That was the second day of the protest, and on the first day I had been arrested. I wouldn't even use the term arrested because I was ambushed by plainclothes officers, and they threw me into a vehicle, they harassed me, they beat me, and they took me to Central Police. And we were detained among other protesters until 8 p.m. So I didn't understand why the people's demands and had to be met with such brutality. So I was like, if this moment ever happens to me again, I have to be able to speak up for myself. And to be honest, I was scared, but my anger and frustration superseded my fear at that point.
Right. So Shakira's anger superseding her fear. Mohammed, you are a journalist, a communicator, but very much also involved in these protests. So I did ask the question, what sparked the protest? Because, I mean, Kenyans have been known to protest for a while, but not like this, not at this scale.
Kenya has come to the brink of revolution so many times. But
revolution, that's a very strong word.
It is a very strong word. I think we can go back all the way to the 90s when we had the multi-party, when we were fighting for multi-party democracy in this country. 2002, when all of us were at Uhuru Park and saying, "Yote wezekana bila Moi." There's one uniform factor throughout, and that is politicians always come in and hijack the movements and make it about themselves. So what's different this time around? I think the people, they got tired of that.
So then what is the message now? Because at the beginning it was very clear, right? Reject the finance bill. And I want to speak to some people who participated in the protest. Did that involve burning buildings, looting businesses? Because this is also what the young people are being accused of.
Like the first day when Rex got shot, I was in the other side, I was in CBD. At 4, all of us decided to go home because it's the end of the day, nighttime was coming. The streets were generally not going to be safe. People left. But then the minute you're coming to downtown, you're being told, oh, the people who were here, they were goons, people's businesses were ransacked, people were attacked. Most of the protesters were trying to go home. All of us wanted to go home. We were tired.
Let me bring in Charles Owino, who you might recognize as a former spokesperson for the police. Based on your own assessment and observation, how would you rate the behavior of police towards the protesters in those early days?
There's sometimes a big conflict that police find themselves in, because as you heard the young man talk, most of these issues are political problems between the public and politicians. Police officers come in to enforce laws and regulations of the land. Well, our current constitution is a bit more vibrant, and Article 37 of the constitution provides that you can demonstrate, you can assemble, you can picket, you can present petitions to authorities peaceably and unarmed.
Who do the police respond and serve? Do they consider us first or the politicians?
The police considers the nation, every one of you. Because, for example, she's a businesswoman. If you break into her shop, what happens to her? So from where I sit, I don't want to defend anybody, but what I'm saying is, can we follow the law?
Okay, let me hear from some people here because I'm seeing the hands coming up.
If we're being honest to ourselves, the default position of the police of this country since independence has always been violence. Now, some of the people who came out during these protests, they're kids who are from middle-class families. Police brutality for them, it's things they see on TV and they read on the papers. If you go to these low-income or these neighborhoods, these informal settlements, the Madalians, the Kibras, this is their daily reality. Brothers, sons, killed without any due process.
Yeah. So we have somebody here from the Law Society of Kenya. What does the law say about peaceful protests and what the police on the right? Because we saw images of people holding just the flag and yet they're being sprayed with water cannon.
The unfortunate thing that we have witnessed in this country is the anarchy perpetrated by the state. And I'll say this because we saw a court in Malindi issue an order directing that the police officers should not use lethal weapons, they should not use force, they should not use water cannons. And it was clearly directed to the Inspector General of Police to ensure that they provide that command. The following day, there was a protest organized in the various cities, and we could witness the police were in total violation of that order.
I'm going to give Mr. Owino a chance to respond to that, and then I want us to move away from the issue of police, yeah?
When you bar the police from using the tools required for their trade.
You mean live ammunition?
Even live ammunition. Yes, I don't want to lie. I want to be very honest.
Yeah.
Even live ammunition is a tool of trade for the police. We have had cases of terrorism here, people coming with bombs and firearms. So what I'm saying is that when it comes to tear gas, the court trying to stop the police from using tear gas or using baton or even using his gun is misplaced in the sense that it is equivalent to telling the police, stay at the police station, let us protest.
The president has already made some concessions, fired nearly his entire cabinet. He's now reappointed some people, or at least nominated them. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like the president is listening to the demands of the youth?
Honestly, I don't think he is. Because if you see the reshuffle, it's like he just switched positions, you know? It's like this person was here, come, stay here, you go, stay here. Just to show people, it's like he's playing around with people's mind, like I've done something.
So what are the real issues? Let's come back to that.
It's evident that when we say Ruto must go, we don't specifically refer to Ruto, but the entire government that is backing him up. They've been given a chance time and time again, because these are politicians I've heard about since I was a little girl. So I think it's just time it's like deconstructing everything and start afresh from a new foundation.
So what are the solutions?
I'm going to plead with the youth. My children go to school in Nairobi. I work in Nairobi. That means my children will not go to school, I will not go to work, and I am a single mother of 3 children. Kindly, as a human being, I wish, I hope that this protest can take a better route.
So while you support the movement, you don't want loss of business, you don't want loss of life. Okay, understood. Let me hear some more points.
My solution is simple.
Yeah.
The young people, you are the majority. Stop tribalism. Excuse me.
I don't say you are a tribalist. I said we have been practicing tribalism.
Your generation should stop. I want to see an election where you are going to elect people based on based on the policies that they want to sell to you. Because currently.
And finally, I'd like to hear from you, Moha. Let's close this with you.
As civilians, we're going to take our civic duty very seriously from now on. The other day on Twitter, we had 2 different simultaneous Twitter spaces on Wednesday. Well, one group was teaching people about the bills that are being tabled in Parliament, and the other group was teaching people, it's a group of young lawyers who are teaching people about the Katiba, the Constitution. We're reaching a point where we're going to make life very uncomfortable for politicians, and in a non-violent way. Okay. Let me just clarify that.
So we have to wrap there because of time, but I did ask a question, you know, what next? And I think the answer has been very clear here, that even if it's not on the streets, it's going to be somewhere online or perhaps at a debate like this, right? So I thank you all for participating. I did read somewhere that these protests were not so much anti-government, but pro-good governance. And I think this debate here has clearly illustrated that. Thank you all for watching. Thank you so much to everyone who took part in that debate. Now, the longer version is available on YouTube. And just for your information, we had initially approached several politicians, MPs, to try to understand how they see their role in all of these political changes, but they weren't able to join our debate. So, much like here in Kenya, Nigerian youth were at the center of one of the largest protest movements in Africa, EndSARS. Can you believe that it's already been 4 years? So, let's take a look back at what the protests were all about.
Thousands had gathered to peacefully demonstrate against rising cases of police brutality.
I know that the protests were largely peaceful because I was there reporting.
But that evening, the protest songs in Lagos would turn into cries for help, and the same place where people called for their rights to be upheld would be the same place they were killed.
It all started on the 3rd of October. Policemen from the Special Anti-Robbery Squad Unit, better known as SARS, allegedly killed a young man in southern Delta State and took away his car.
As a video of the deadly assault leaked online, hundreds of young people took to social media to vent and share their own SARS experiences. all of which were bad. SARS was initially formed in 1992 to tackle armed robbery in the country, but the unit grew into a notorious force, popular for extorting and abusing young Nigerians. By October 8th, the online anger against SARS had grown so much that it spilled into the streets nationwide. In Lagos, protesters mounted roadblocks and shut down traffic. Thousands gathered at the Lekki Tollgate, a major highway in a rich area of the city. This would come to be the main demonstration point.
Their demands were simple. They wanted SARS banned, bad officials prosecuted, and for victims to be compensated. But they were also advocating for the officials themselves. They wanted them to be mentally evaluated and for their salaries to be increased so that they'd have fewer reasons to extort.
On the 11th, as the protest gained momentum, the Nigerian police finally scrapped SARS.
The Special Anti-Robbery Squad of the Nigerian Police, otherwise known as SARS, is hereby dissolved.
But people weren't buying it. This wasn't the first time the police was claiming to reform SARS.
By then, the demonstrations had become more of a movement anyways, and people were demanding not just for police reforms, but for better governance.
It's not the SARS money anymore. It's not the SARS anymore. There is hunger in the land. The economy is poor. There is no light.
On Monday, the 19th, Lagos Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu formed a judicial panel to look into SARS abuses. But the protests continued still, and save for some cases of police crackdowns, they were largely peaceful, although criminal elements have started to infiltrate. As thousands of protesters gathered again at Lekki Tollgate on Tuesday, October 20th, they noticed that things were different.
People told me that they saw tollgate staff removing CCTV cameras installed in the area, and that as evening fell, the streetlights wouldn't come on, leaving the place completely dark.
At around 4 p.m., Governor Sanwo-Olu imposed a curfew, trying to instill order, but many protesters at the tollgate remained there. Then, at around 7, men of the Nigerian army rolled in on several vans and started to shoot at the unarmed demonstrators.
They are shooting at us. They are shooting.
Eyewitnesses told me they counted several bodies that night, taken away by the army. But it wasn't over. As word of the killings traveled, angry mobs took to the streets, looting shops, burning buildings, and attacking policemen. 12 people died, according to Amnesty International, and many more were injured. The Nigerian government has set up judicial panels to look into police violence, but denies the killings of October 20th.
Nigeria's youth took to the streets and successfully had the controversial SARS police unit disbanded. But at least 12 people died on that night of what is now known as the Lekki Tollgate massacre. So what happens during such protests, and why do the police or army often react this way against peaceful protesters? Well, we spoke to a security expert here in Kenya, and this is what he had to say.
It's the day of the protest. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of people streamed into the streets. The organizers had notified the police, but the sheer numbers are overwhelming. So how to react?
The real scenario is that any unit that is tasked to manage within that area of jurisdiction would go in to protect those rioters, those protesters, to get to their end game, in which case, present a petition to either a power or an agent of their target, and in a way to influence action or to just basically spell out their grievances. And once that is done, then go back home peacefully and retire peacefully.
So the police are supposed to protect, especially in countries which guarantee the right to freedom of assembly. In other words, the right to protest.
But then we've also just seen where there are excesses on the part of the riots, and where, as we know it, infiltrators come in to take advantage of sheer numbers. And that's where, again, the infrastructure that's supposed to be providing security have got to be very vigilant to single out these actors and to relevantly apply force to, impede some of these actions and or to arrest them altogether.
What we've seen across the African continent, however, is that police are armed to their teeth. And in many cases, when the situation becomes more volatile, they fail to de-escalate. In Kenya's most recent protests, police used tear gas and water cannons to disperse even just a handful of people. And in footage that we filmed, officers used their firearms, even accidentally.
if you are to drag out a weapon and to shoot at, at whatever it is that is out there, there's going to be an existential threat to life. That is either the life of the operators themselves, the security agencies, and or there's wanton destruction of property, and or there's a risk to, threat to life, especially on the part of the people that are being protected.
In preparation for the FIFA World Cup in South Africa in 2010, police and security forces got special training to prepare them to control the crowds of tourists and football fans that will descend on the country. For South Africa, which only emerged from the brutal apartheid era a few years back, it was a learning curve. They could not afford to endure visiting fun. So what needs to be changed? Better training, discipline, and more consequences for those who don't stick to the rules? What's clear is that the change needs to come from the top.
So we've now looked at Kenya, we've looked at Nigeria, but another country that saw a very prolonged youth uprising was South Africa. Their Fees Must Fall protest took place between 2015 to 2017, almost a decade ago. At that time, students were protesting the high cost of university fees. And because we wanted to find out what happens to movements when that initial wave of protest dies down, we asked some of those former students.
The reality is that society at the time saw us as hooligans, vandals, running around causing chaos.
I think that student movements get a bad rap, a really, really bad rap, because all that people see is the violence, but they don't know what had to happen in order to get to that stage.
In some universities here, we are really dealing with people who are very arrogant. People who don't want to listen.
So now, in a post-Fees Must Fall reality, where the media, where academia itself is lauding Fees Must Fall as this, revolutionary movement in a post-democratic South Africa. But at the time of Fees Must Fall, we were very isolated, and we were treated as petulant children. We didn't understand the reality of what we were talking about.
It's almost been a decade, a student movement fueled by the high cost of university fees and the sense that the education system was taught in the apartheid and colonial past. Colonial structures were toppled under the hashtag Rhodes Must Fall, and the students demanded that university fees must fall so that education is not only accessible to the rich. The students occupied their campuses, but they were also met with force by police and the university's private security.
So at that moment, we took a decision, so because we called for ungovernable university, we took over from the management.
It's much harder to organize when there are private security with rifles guarding different buildings. It's much harder to organize when, even during meetings, police would be called.
And for a time, they shut down the campuses, putting enough pressure on universities to agree to some of their demands.
To be principled, President Zuma agreed with us and called for free education, but now we needed to understand how it's going to be funded.
That free education never came. And so it was honestly just a tactic to demobilize us. And it worked very effectively.
9 years down the line, students with places at Africa's best universities still fear losing their spots due to outstanding debt. In 2024, over 1.9 million students applied for financial aid.
It just feels like every single generation is going to fight their best fight and then walk 2 steps forward, 10 steps back. And we keep advancing, we do, but at just an incredibly slow rate.
And what did they learn from it?
During Fees Must Fall, we were young, we were making things up as we went along.
So one of the mistakes that we also made as young people during Fees Must Fall is that we also did not go out to our communities to involve them.
Organize, mobilize and organize, and elect members that you trust, that are vetted. Also, mobilization that is directly talking to the institution you're protesting.
My hope is that we as young Africans can revive the spirit of Pan-African struggle, that we can support each other, as was the case in the 60s, in the 70s. There's a need for us to go back to our roots and to read and to learn and to speak to our elders. And so I'm very excited for what the future holds for young Africans who are taking their power back.
So, reflection, disappointments, but perhaps as you just heard, hope. Well, we've come to the end of our show, but here in Kenya, the country's youth are still in the midst of things. We'll continue to bring you the latest developments, and you can also follow us on TikTok, we're of course on YouTube, and you can also find us on Instagram. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Edith Kimani. Goodbye.
So that's it. Maybe we can take a short break, stretch, and then come and discuss more about that. Washrooms go after security on your left.
Oh, pia kuna sweets hapo. Nice indeed. See you open up.
Kujihudumia.
Tusaidie.
Kiyote hataki usaidizi.
Ni mimi mnafanyia hivyo?
Lakini tungebadilisha nyumba na kupigana.
Ndio.
Okay. First question. What's our take from that video? What's our first impression? What did we like about it? Yes, what did you like from the video? Or what stood out?
The common ground, or something that stood out to me. There's always police brutality whenever we see these peaceful protests.
Okay. Anything else?
Oh, police brutality is the main issue here. Yeah, in most protests.
Police brutality.
Oh,
It's the main issue, the minor issue then?
No, in any protest lazima kuwe na police brutality. Na sasa we are trying to maybe they minimize the force, but they end up being brutal.
The same thing, police brutality in South Africa. They used stun grenades and they are arresting the students because they're protesting. In Nigeria, they killed them, and in Kenya, they abductions and also they were killing the protesters.
All the governments read from the same script. When I see in Nigeria, they were branded as terrorists and foreign agents and people who want to destroy the government. In Kenya, we also had the same thing. In South Africa, they were just being lied to, like all governments do. They say, okay, you said the fees will fall. Now, as your government, you have decided they will fall. In fact, it will even be free. Then nothing comes of it.
So did you like the show, and what part of it maybe felt very relevant to you? If you can start with you. Do you like the show? What about the show do you like?
Okay, about universities, where they start to impose this high fee on some of the students without money to pay the fees, and some of them they drop to school to continue their education.
Doug, what did you like about the show and what felt very relevant to you?
What I liked about the show is how the young people are coming together. Like even the organization, like both in Kenya and Nigeria, started online, then they're going to the physical, to the ground now to air out their issues. I think what stood out is just the mobilization of the youth.
And what felt most relevant to you in the entire show?
What felt most relevant is how after everything, we are coming back to reflect on what you would have done better and how we would even avoid the distraction that came from the protests. Yeah.
For me, what stood out was the South African, the fees must fall protest, because as a student now naelewa like when you can say like fees zimekuwa mingi, like parents wana struggle kulipa, like bado tuseme mko siblings mko wengi, fees ni mingi, so like you like relate na lesson saying.
That's most relevant.
Yeah.
What felt most relevant is that we're all trying to make it's like we're helping the government to make better opportunities and better, safer streets for us, free education. We're just trying to make things better, while the government should be doing it on their end, because that's where we ended up.
Okay, I'd like you to respond to that also, but then also try to let me know whether you feel like the Kenya part was adequately covered. If it was, and if it wasn't, maybe what could have been done.
Oh.
You can combine both there. What felt most relevant to you, whether the Kenyan, then we get to whether the Kenyan coverage was adequately done.
What stood out to me was the police spokesperson, former police spokesperson, saying that it is the right of the police to use their tools of trade, as he called them. And now he's being asked if using live ammunition on peaceful protesters is right. And now he starts saying, oh, now we know we have to protect the country. Protect the country from who? And the people already say they're peaceful. Of course, there's going to be some rogue elements here and there, but that's using such force is not justifiable in such a situation. They can have the guns on their person, but they don't really have to use them. So that was what stood out for me, because I don't know if it's a problem with how the police are hired and trained, or it's I don't know, I can't explain it. What else was I supposed to respond to?
Do you feel like the Kenyan coverage is adequately done?
Oh, but sure. I believe they covered the essentials, but they didn't dig as deep. But from the show, it was quite recent, like almost immediately after the protest, so maybe still gathering information and data. But had it been, say, a few months later, it would have been a deeper dive into the core issue.
What do you feel like Edith missed from that part that you've seen? Anyone? It's a question to all of us. Anyone can chip in if you feel like this is what Edith missed and whether it was adequately covered.
I think it was the Kenyan part wameikaba yote vizuri, lakini venye amesema like kama ingekuwa like a few months after like umemaliza kila kitu, bado unajua kwa show hawaja like amekava tu like the protest peke yake, like nini ilifanyika, like ajangelelea mbona tulikuwa amesema ikianza like, lakini aja like hapo kwa mbona watu walikuwa na protest, like aja emphasis on that, like ajangelelea hapo sana.
So the reason why the protests were being done hasn't been captured. Anything else?
Well, like you ndio stood out for me, like ajakava sana.
I think they missed covering the government's retaliation, like the aftermath of the protest. Now after things will begin to settle down, they've said now this finance bill has been rejected in its entirety. Then a few months later, some of the provisions in the finance bill, we see them popping up, but now we can't question where they went, how they came into existence and such stuff.
So the follow-up after.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I remember there's this thing I've never figured out if it was rumor mongering or people spreading fear on Twitter. Immediately after the protest, they said there was a massacre in Githurai. But now I've never gotten any evidence where the bodies. We just found someone found bodies in a dumping site. We're told there's a serial killer. The serial killer escaped. End of story.
End of story. So we've talked about the show, we've talked about the Kenyan bit of the show. So now if you can go to the remaining part, the part for Nigeria and South Africa. What have those two videos, what feelings have they evoked in us?
Like the story is being switched from what we're trying to protest about to now police brutality. So they're covering more on police brutality over what was being protested about. For example, in South Africa, it was people being killed, and then in South Africa it was free fees, whichever. Yeah, but then now the coverage has now switched to police brutality. We're being shown that police are retaliating and they are hurting and killing people over what the main issue was.
And looking at what the Kenyan youth are facing, the Nigerian youth, the South African youth, are we more hopeful or are we less hopeful about, everything that is happening?
I think I'm more hopeful.
You're more hopeful?
Yeah, because like ukiona like other countries are protesting, they are standing like on a need for their rights. Other African countries pia watasema pia sio tunateseka. So it brings us together in a tuleta pamoja. Yeah.
Kangaroo, do you feel more hopeful or less hopeful looking at what is happening?
More
hopeful. What is inspiring you and making you be more hopeful? Dog, white cat, anything to add?
I think we are more hopeful because tunaona it's the youth who are coming up to speak for their rights. Na the fact that wanajileta pamoja wote na wanajua si lazima kila wakati tuambiwe na this older generation what we are supposed to do. We cannot let them decide everything. Na vitu zikienda vibaya tunaweza ongea pia sisi. Like we can do that.
White cat. So are you less hopeful or are you more hopeful? You're more hopeful. And maybe have you learned any strategies that maybe the youth can take when they're trying to air their voices in terms of policies? Have you learned anything from the entire clip? If you can just point out one or two things. Unity.
When we come together, we do something better.
Is there a number 2 or do I move away? I move away, so yes, elephants. Some of the strategies that we've learned.
I think mobilization venye like walikuwa wanapanga how to come together like in South Africa. Like hiyo mwenye interview alikuwa anasema like hawako wamejipanga, walikuwa napanga they go. So si kama sisi venye walikuwa naona like Twitter watu wanashare cards and sema on 25th kuna protest, on 24th next week Tuesday. So I think mobilization and like hiyo kuja pamoja venye walikuwa napanga.
Any of the strategies you've learned on what can be used to air our voices?
No, decentralized organization.
Decentralized.
Yeah. Because now you see the people in power, they always want to have someone to negotiate with, like a leader. That's why they were really struggling to figure out who is leading all these protests, so that we can come and bribe him or unalive him or something, so that now the movement dies. Now you see, if you have a central figure running the show for you, you will suffer.
You will suffer. Dog, you want to add anything? Kangaroo?
I think, I don't know if it's a good thing, but a better strategy. I've not structured the statement easily in my head, but I think better organization, yes, and not planning as we go. as the South African protesters mentioned, we'll be more organized in our protests. And if possible, even though it's very risky, we have a central person or a leader, even though it's very risky, we'll give our grievances to the government.
You can elect
Yeah, up for that challenge. Tukutume huko.
Mpatie kazi. Mtoke block.
Okay, so I know the image that we had for South Africa and Nigeria, and I want to believe that we had a certain image about those two countries. And looking at what we've seen, do they marry each other? Amazime, are they like completely different?
They're completely different.
To you, they're completely different. For one or for both countries?
Like, they're different both. Because in Nigeria, walikuwa na protest juu ya SARS, hiyo police unit, na in South Africa ilikuwa education. So like I think
so the Nigeria you knew before I introduced the NSAS, is it the same Nigeria that you still know after even watching this video? The image of South Africa that you had before watching the fees must fall, is it the same image that you have right now after having that information, or has it changed?
For me, it has not changed.
It hasn't changed. The image still remains the same. White cat, before I come to my black cat. Has your image changed, what you're imagining the two countries to be before the video and after? Is it still the same or has it changed? It hasn't changed.
No, it has not changed.
It hasn't changed.
I think I was expecting Nigeria wanze na vita. Like unaona wamesema walianza mapema huku mchana kulikuanga it was just peaceful, then jioni ndio police wanaingilia wanaanza kwa shoot and everything. I was expecting ikuwe vita all through.
So that was the image you have. Kama ni South Africa kwenda field ni vita kwa zeni. If you can just look at the pre-questionnaires we have, the forms that we have. Let me start with what number had you given South Africa and Nigeria before, and what number would you give them
now? In South Africa 4, and Nigeria 3.
If you were to fill that questionnaire now, what number would you give them? What number would you give Nigeria? What number would you give South Africa?
Just the same.
Just the same. Okay. Elephants?
For South Africa, could me pay 5. And because I changed my 6.
Moved to 6 because of?
Like, wow, still go to education. So like, in a make a student like na relate sana, cause fees and everything, yeah. So like, when we change to 6.
Okay, for
Nigeria 6, I wouldn't change.
You wouldn't change that.
South Africa nilikuwa nimewapea 6. Singe change. Na Nigeria, I'd given them a 4, but I think I'd give them a 5.
What's pushing that one?
It's just like the issue yao na Kenya kuna venye zina relate kuhusu police brutality.
South Africa initially wamewapatia 3.
Now,
give them a 7.
A 7.
Yeah. Because now see they were fighting for the right of education. And now we come back to our country and we see it's the same thing. Fees was hiked, the university funding model changed, help is not working, students can't afford it. And so now you look at it and see that it's a problem with both governments. You know, our politicians' wet dream is it's a stupid population. So now tuweka nyi wote ni mafala. mambo yangu iko sawa, I can push whatever I want. So do away with your education. So Nigeria,
Yes.
Nigeria have given them a 6, and I think it will still remain a 6.
Right back.
Okay, South Africa, I think there is
6. Right now, what will you give them? 6. Nigeria?
Nigeria gives them 7.
You're not changing. Okay, thank you. Finish off.
South Africa had given it 6. I think it is still the range. Nigeria had given it a 5, but I think I'll give it a 7. Because the same issues we are facing is bad governance and police brutality.
Bad governance and police brutality. So when we look at these different youth, and let's take something like ambition. Do we compare across, or is there one that is more ambitious than the other across Kenya, Nigeria, and South Africa? How would we compare them in terms of them being ambitious?
What is being ambitious? The course?
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, not the course, but them, the youth themselves, being ambitious in regards to getting to the opportunities that they want.
I think Kenyans are very aggressive.
I feel like when we compare ourselves to Nigeria and South Africa, we tend to be more aggressive.
It's just that Nigerians find a way to create the opportunities in questionable means. You know the Nigerian prince. Yeah, but now you see Kenyans, you see even hata ukiingia kwa mtandao sasa utapata moto ya Kenya ni unaanga ni kujituma. Jitume usichekwe. Jitume usiibike. Now the problem is kwa hiyo kujituma it's like you're shooting at a moving target.
You mentioned about civic education. I'd want to push it to civic engagement. For the 3 countries, do we compare, or is one ahead, or are we all in the same boat? For civic education, it's a question for all of us. Do we think like one of these countries has more civic education like the other? Are all of us at the same level? Dog, what's your opinion on that?
I think Kenya is ahead. Tukiangalia, if we are comparing the protests, the 3 countries, Kenya ilikuanga wamejipanga in such a way that wameambia watu wao mbona tunaenda kuprotest ni kuhusu finance bill, mbona tunai-reject. Tukiangalia South Africa pia wao wanasema walikuwa na issue organization na mobilization, wanajua ni fees but hawajajipanga venye wanaenda huko vizuri. For Nigeria, I'm not sure. Yeah.
Yes, what do you want to comment on that?
I think I agree with her.
You agree?
Yeah.
Innovation and creativity. I'd like to shoot that to Kangaroo. How would you compare the 3 countries, the young people in those 3 countries in regards to innovation and creativity?
Oh, in Kenya we are better.
In Kenya we are better.
Yeah.
What makes you feel like in Kenya we are better as compared to Nigeria and South Africa?
Because the day of protests, venye tulikuwa tumejipanga, tulikuwa ready for anything, and tulikuwa tumejipanga. Yeah.
You want to add something?
I think Kenyans are very innovative. Because now remember in the internet, Twitter, it started with some cartoons of a serious government official trending. Then now once the government knew what is happening and started a crackdown, figuring out these accounts who are pushing that narrative, now the funny nicknames started popping up. Now once the police catch on that there is Kasongo, you find there is Gidenji. So you see, that's a very creative maneuver.
So, if we were to relocate today and go to a country like Nigeria, and the NSAS protests are currently active, would we support them? Would we support that protest?
Yeah.
You would support? You would. Kangaroo? Would you support the NSAS protests today if you're in Nigeria?
Oh, yes.
I would.
You would.
I would not.
You would not. You would. Let's hear why are you against the NSAS?
So say,
what's your take?
So the answer is happening currently.
Yes.
And I'm at the moment living in Nigeria.
Yes.
I will not even attempt to post about it on the internet. Yeah. Because I know my country is going to abandon me. And the embassy will say, we don't have such a person over there. Then they find you in some mortuary in Nigeria, and your mother is crying in the village. Yeah.
So that will stop you from that. What if you're in South Africa today and the fees must fall protest is there? Would you be part of it?
I will take part.
Why?
Because education is something I value. And also, we have, how can I put it, good diplomatic relations with South Africa. Now we see recently some Kenyan youths found themselves in an unfortunate situation in Uganda. And the embassy was saying we're investigating. How can you be investigating and you know your citizens over there? Then 2 months later they surface and they issue no comment about it. Now in South Africa that can be different to some extent.
You would support. Would you support it? Yes. Kangaroo?
Yes.
You would. So
I would support.
You would support, and you? You would support. So we've had about asking in Nigeria, asking in South Africa. We are a bit far. Let's come to Tanzania. The protests are happening. Would we support them? Would we be part of those protests? At least I know your stand. I think let's start with you.
No.
Let's combine both of them. Let's combine whether you are in you could support Tanzania and you could support Uganda, yes or no, and the reason why.
If I am currently residing in Tanzania,
yes,
and they start the mandamano, they are starting over here. Now, even before they even started protesting, the government started a crackdown on Kenyan citizens over there because they believe it's the Kenyans who are bringing Rombaya to their country where they're usually very peaceful. So now if you find yourself there, hata ukuwa tu uko kwa duka unanunua mandazi, unachukuliwa, unaambiwa kwanza wewe ndio ulikuja huku umetumwa na Boniface Mwangi utuharibie nchi.
Uganda?
You see, Uganda is a very dangerous country, even historically. They were able to assassinate a Kenyan minister during Kenyatta's time, and I don't think a lot has changed. How can a common mwananchi survive if a minister was taken out?
So you would not support any protests in Uganda?
First of all, focus on Kenya.
On Kenya.
I think same. Tanzania, it was very scary. Well, like, I think it was worse than what we experienced in Kenya. And as also is saying in Uganda, I think there's really some, hakuna that African interrelatedness with Kenya and Uganda. So if I'm in Uganda and I'm a Kenyan, nitakuwa najificha mbaya, because who knows if I'll be the next person who will be killed again.
I will support Tanzania.
You'll support Tanzania?
No.
You will not. What about Uganda? Okay. Looking at the protests that were there in Tanzania, or even the other countries, is there something we can learn from them, or do they need to take some lessons from us? What do you think? Is there anything that we as the Kenyan youth can learn from these protests from other countries?
Okay, honestly, I'm not, they don't have unity.
Unity.
Yes, if they have unity, something will be better.
Dog?
I think Tanzania can learn from us. You know, umekuwa na protest recently. Kuna the way our let me just say celebrities wa Kenya, like musicians and everyone, they were supporting us during our protests. Lakini Tanzania walinyamaza, wako side ya government in some way. I think they can like side with their residents, watu wao, side na wao.
And how can the situation be improved for these three countries? Is there a way that it can be improved? What solutions can?
Changing governance.
Changing governance. Anything else?
The protest goal being taken into action and to follow their specific.
Thank you. What do you think? What can be done? What solutions are there? Who can do it? What's your take?
For the three countries, I think finding a way to limit government hijacking the protests and changing the objective along the way. Now you find you don't even know what you're fighting for.
Who can be responsible for doing that?
EU.
Who else?
The government itself.
The government itself. We're talking about unity and unity and unity. Can we have a united African youth?
Pardon?
Do we see that happening? A united African youth across?
Just youth, no governments involved.
Okay, let's first start with having a united youth, African youth. Then now we see them being able to push now for governance. And that happened. Do we see any chances of that?
Not in the near future.
Not in the near future. Elephant says he sees an opportunity in that. Kangaroo, a united African youth.
Kiasi.
Normal kiasi. Okay. Hard. Influence. Just say what you think.
I don't think so.
You don't think so?
I think it can happen, but si kitu ya kusema ni kesho ama kesho kutwa.
What obstacles are there?
Kuna hatred inakuanga between different countries, like Kenya na Tanzania kuna hatred iko hapo, sijui mbona, but it exists.
Anything else apart from the hatred? What other obstacles are there? White cat niambia ni ngumu, I'm coming to you. Unaona ni nini? What is that is really hard for us to move? What obstacles is there? I think it's hatred. Nothing else.
What about the difference in like when Kenya iko na infrastructure more than these other two countries ka Uganda na Tanzania? Like wanaiona ka competition hawajatufikia or something like that. Kuna unhealthy competition between the countries.
Okay. You wanted to tell me something before she spoke.
Maybe different in class.
Different in?
Class.
Classes between the different countries. Okay.
Well, I think it's the youth themselves that are the biggest barrier to them uniting. Because now, remember when Baba Marehemu was contending for the AU chairman seat. Now, on Twitter, there were some divisions between the Anglophone Africans and the Francophones, which, first of all, is a Mokoloni thing. Then now, the Kenyans being who they are, they are now insulting everyone. No one was spared. So you see on Twitter, Kenyans are the bully of Africa. So now other African countries, one, do not trust Kenyans, and two, do not want to engage in with Kenyans on anything. Because now you start any discussion, even if the Kenyans are the ones losing, they'll find a way to gang up against you. But I think that's just banter, but from a Kenyan's perspective. I see like once the debate starts with the Tanzanians, those people, it's like they take it to heart. So that will be a challenge.
Do we think there's anybody or any organization or any institution that maybe can come and achieve that agenda?
Yes.
Which one?
It's going to be quite controversial.
No problem.
Because now the person in question is someone I personally consider to be a fool. But you know, even an idiot with a vision is better than a lazy genius. So if Julius Malema and his movement of uniting Africa one day comes to fruition, I think it will be because of that man to some extent.
Okay. Any other organization or institution that you think that can try to spearhead and maybe will be able to achieve this theory of having a united African youth?
And so United Nations and African Union. You see how in high school you go to other schools, benchmark, something of the sort. Yeah.
Anything to add? Any idea? Any suggestion? You mentioned AU. You mentioned AU. You mentioned AU. What's our take on AU? Do we know the role of AU? Have we been seeing it? Or does it need more coverage and more enlightenment? What's our take on AU? The three you've mentioned have come back. What's your take on AU?
Personally, I think tunafaa kukwambia AU ina deal na nini zaidi. Okay, I know najua wanasaidianga kufight for like kusaidia nchi ikiwa na ma issues like period ya protest wanaingililia and everything, but you need more enlightenment about AU na kila nani wana lead your AU, like how is it, leadership yao iko aje, are all countries involved ama ni specific people?
Kangaroo, what's your take on AU and also its participation and everything around it?
Oh, kama vile tulikuwa tunasoma tukiwa history ama ni social studies. So AU is African Union. Maybe union is unity, being united. So maybe we should, the way Doga said, to go in a more clear the functions of the AU.
You want to mention something about AU?
I'd add on what Hawk had mentioned about civic education. because in our time, if you didn't do geography, you wouldn't, if you did history, you would have known about AU. But then if you did geography, maybe you didn't do history, you wouldn't have known about AU. So civic education not only in school, but outside, because personally I don't know what AU does, but I know there's an African Union, but then the logistics and everything, I don't think I know it.
You want to mention something? Elephant? Apart from what you learned in history about AU, now your take and your interaction with AU and your ideas of AU past high school.
I think AU imetengenezwa tu kuwa hapo kuonyesha ni organization.
Let's respect each other's opinion. Elephant AU is just an organization.
Iko to cause during the protests, like yes waliingililia lakini like hakuingililia sana, haku involved hadi kwa hizo protests zingine in Nigeria na South Africa, like kwa wanagojanga kusikia like government inachangewa ndio wanaingililia like kwa coups and everything. Yeah.
Well, I think the AU is a toothless bulldog. It's there, but it does nothing of essence. Because now, recently, that's the other day we saw Kagame and what's his name, Tshisekedi, going to Donald Trump to enforce a peace treaty. Well, yet it started with the East African community, and that one failed. And it went to the EU, and the EU failed. Now how can a head of state of a different nation, miles away, be able to pull that off? And then now you see our God-chosen president rushing over there as the witness. And it was something that will be done over here at home. So now you see, the EU is just known to make declarations every other time, but we are not really feeling its impact.
Do you think more media coverage to AU would aid in covering that gap? And if you're talking about more coverage, you mentioned about civic education, then what else would you want to know about AU? One, do we need more coverage of AU, ama we just give up on AU and we let sleeping dogs lie?
I think we need more coverage. Yeah, because AU kitolewa, wazungu watarudi.
Thank you for that. Elephant, what do you think?
Yeah.
Okay, a kangaroo?
More coverage.
More coverage. Do we give a second chance this toothless bulldog, or what do you think?
I think they want it to be intentionally in the shadows.
It's who want it to be intentionally?
The AU, let's say the AU Secretariat.
They're doing this with, it's intentional why they're not very visible.
Yeah. Because every year each country is supposed to contribute to it, and the contribution is supposed to be seen to work. Did you know that the AU has what's it called? An arm just dealing with the infrastructure. Now, could that thing be working in partnership with the African Development Bank? I think this entire continent should have electricity and good roads and trains and everything, but somehow it's the Chinaman who is making it work. So if they cannot make it work in something like that does not even require solving political disputes, it's just bring your engineers and your technicians and make it work. They just want it to remain in the shadows and the money changes hands somehow.
We were talking about giving AU more coverage in terms of the media, and maybe what can the media contribute to, or what impact can it have in trying to develop and drive that common African youth program? Do you feel like the media has any role that it can actually play?
Yeah. So I think more coverage will have AU. They'll have to step up because wako kwa limelight now. So they have to step up, which will now bring in the African unity.
Let's move away from AU and try to see about the vision and the impact that the medias can play in trying to drive the common African unity for the youth. Is there any? So is there a risk if the media comes in to try to push that particular agenda?
People do not trust the legacy media. Maybe this modern TikTok and social media where people who like the population feels they relate to can explain it to them. See, the problem with traditional media is that it's influenced by whoever is paying them. So now, even just recently, a lot of Kenyans are not watching news, and they started watching news again because of Omudende. Now, because Omudende is over, people are not watching news anymore. But everyone is active on social media, trying to find whoever explains whatever it is they feel they can be explained to, and they relate to the person doing it.
So for the local media, you're a bit skeptical. For social media, what do you think? Is there a risk that the media can, is there a risk that is posed in getting that unity if the media is involved? Or is there a role that the media can actually play in trying to drive that particular agenda? Yes in risk or yes in opportunity? Yes in risk. Why?
Because they have to risk to make sure that we see something maybe I've never seen, maybe there's something I've hidden, because sometimes they hide something, they don't want them to be taken out. So if they risk, so maybe we know what they have hidden there, some of their secrets, something like that.
That what you think?
I think, yes, there's a risk. Because considering the government, I think the government might be scared of that unity, because the unity might, inawezafanya government change to what they don't want, to what they want it to be, regardless of whether it's law or not.
And the media, what role can they play in that?
Not being scared.
Not being scared. Yeah. Elephants. Do you think maybe now the foreign media, Hawk has mentioned about the legacy, which is the local media is being influenced and going to whoever who is paying them. But do you think now the foreign media can actually have an impact in trying to drive that particular theory?
Yeah. Because foreign media you can influence the government, that country, so it can cover a lot, when CNN ilitengeneza ile documentary and other bado najua ilitengeneza hiyo Nigeria and South Africa zote, so mimi kama Kenya nikiwatch hiyo documentary yao ina promote unity bado na ina spread awareness
Doc, what's your take on the media, the foreign media, and what do you think their impact will be if they try to push for this?
I think foreign media can help, but hakutakuwa na impact kubwa kwa the local media. Juu tuangalia foreign media, si watu wengi wataweza hadi kuenda kuangalia nini za foreigners. But okay, kuna wenye wataangalia na kuna some point pia itakuja iwapate through social media and everything. But pia kuna points au watu wa foreign media wata miss out zenye sisi locals tungesema kwa the local media easily than kwa these foreign people.
You're very skeptical with local media. Do we give the foreign media a chance there to drive that agenda and what their impact would be?
Today, if CNN comes or BBC and tells me that as Africans we are supposed to unite, I will know for sure that we have colonized Mars and they are going there. Because those people are the ones who sow the seeds of division in Africa, so that their masters overseas can now come in and find ways to bring democracy where there is oil.
So CNN or BBC telling you that would make you run away from that particular theory?
Yes, because have you ever watched news from CNN or BBC, especially during the time we are having elections in our country?
What did you see? What did you see?
No, they always paint it in a way that we are not civilized, we cannot have decent elections, and people are killing each other, and it happens everywhere. Now that's supposed to drive Kenyans who are in the diaspora away from reinvesting back home and growing home. So now, if those people now come and tell us that we are supposed to be uniting, then you don't have to be a genius to figure out there's something else, a shinier jewel that I've discovered.
Kangaroo, what's your take? Would you believe this information coming from a foreign media, or would you believe it coming from a local media, or you would discredit both of them?
I believe in local.
Local. Yeah. Okay. Why not the foreign? Or why more inclined towards local?
Because local ni ya kwetu. So foreign, they just look for the negative side.
The negative side. Yeah. Okay. So anyone who would want to also add anything in regards to local media, foreign media, their impact or the risks that are there when they try to drive this agenda? You want to add something? No. You're good? Uh-huh. No, you're good. White cards? John, anything from that end?
No.
Okay, so I think that was all I had from my end today, but I'd like to just give each one of us just 1 minute to, comment, critique, suggest, propose anything that is coming to your mind in regards to this or any other thing else. Where do I start? Chelsea, my black cat. Any comments, anything that you would want to add in regards to the conversations you had, any criticism, any suggestion?
I think it was a very good session, and I just hope that more people will have such conversations, because some people are scared to kuongea about their political stance because of the brutality and the things that we've seen happen to people who speak up. But saying this is a safe space where we can freely speak, it's much appreciated.
Thank you. Backup power.
I'm scared of asking, so have, because no one will help me. But here, discussion, it makes people happy and okay.
Oh, thank you so much. The discussion was fine. And so what I can say is that we should speak out what you have a burning issue. Jitokeleze na useme, we should be united. Yeah.
Ndogo ni cool.
Mtu msema asante kwa kuni-involve, like learn a lot. Yeah, na like the issues tumesema like protest, police brutality, kile kitu tumeongelelea, like hapa ni safe, hakuna mtu like atakujua baadaye. So I appreciate you, Santi.
It was a good session. All I can say is I hope more organizations do more research on such issues that are affecting the youth. Yeah, and it was a good opportunity then to learn. Yeah.
I had fun over here. It's been a very wonderful session. Main points zinainjectiwa hapa na pale. Alafu I also loved how it's well structured from here to here to here. You know, we have these types of conversations every day. I will find you having them by the roadside, kwa base jaba. Mtu akishatoa point hivi, mwambia hata kuna kitu unajua sana kuambia. So it's balanced, it's structured very well. Actually, what I believe is having this conversation, round table discussion thing, sort of created into a form of a podcast that will have a bigger impact than having media explaining for people civic education, because it's very well structured in a way that even a standard 6 student can actually listen and understand and learn, compared to what we have in the news. And Jeff Koinange calls Atoli, and Atoli brings memes. So yeah, I had fun. Thank you.
So podcasts would work best in conveying and doing the civic education.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. So again, thank you so much for your time. It has been an intensive 2.5 hours. But yes, I don't take it for granted. Over to you, and thank you so much. Wanaona tu kuenda sasa. Tukaweka mpaka madwiti. Hapo ndio madwiti.
It's holiday. Anyway, thank you so much for coming here and for your time. My name is Joanne Gashuri. I am the project manager for this project. So I really appreciate your time and also insights. This has been a very interactive session. I've learned quite a lot from you guys, and it's good to see that youth are also very much informed and ready to participate in such forums. So the information and the insights that you gathered are purely for research purposes. So they will be used to help our end client with coming up with strategies on how to best cover youth voices in the African continent, so that we can be well represented when it comes to policy, advocacy, and all these things. The streaming was for the client to watch, so it will not be published in any channel, so you don't have to worry whatever you yeah, so at the beginning we also signed some NDAs, so that's to protect each and every one of us who is part of this conversation, because we do not want this conversation to be outside. It's okay, you can still share your opinion out there, but it's best that we respect everyone's opinion that was shared on the table, at the table. So yes, I have a little incentive for everyone for your time. So mtapita pala, you sign for me on that sheet, and then I hand you the incentive, and you can go celebrate Jamhuri. Yeah, and next time please, Mkai, if you two keep time.
Thank you for that.
Thank you for that, by the way. Yeah. Well, apart from so please usikose ku sign. Make sure you sign. So please, I can msikose kusign.
Sawa.
Oh,
hizi kalamu na karatasi tunabeba watu na hata baba.
Oh, wengine mnaweza beba kalamu na notebook.
Sawa.
Yeah, karibu.
Na hiyo hapo.
Hii si ndio yako. mjini kuna watoto, mfanye nini
Yes.
So, welcome to the session. Filling the questions.
research. We are here today just to understand issues around advocacy, governance, and how the youth, how the youth also fit into that. So we'll be audio recording and we'll also be video recording, but it's strictly for research purposes. It has to outside here for reporting purposes. So maybe just to start us off, I'd like us to introduce ourselves. You can just tell me your name, your age, what you do, and if you're an animal, what would you be? Ini, mini, mini, mo. Tuanze wapi? Anyone can start us off.
Yes, hi. Habari zenu. Kwa majina ni Kennedy Mwangi. I'm 30 years old. Animal, I don't know. Maybe an eagle so that I can fly where I want. Oh, eagle ni bad animal. It's an animal.
I will take it. Okay. I will take it too.
Okay.
Isikuwe ngumu sana. I will take the eagle. What do you do for a living?
So currently I'm a virtual assistant, but mostly I do farming.
Farming?
Yeah.
Ukulima?
Yes.
Oh, Nairobi? Ama nyumbani?
Nairobi, Kiambu, same thing.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Now it's either you go clockwise or anti-clockwise. You have started it off.
Hello. My name is Paula Juma. I'm 35 years old. I'm an IT professional. If I was an animal, I'd say an eagle. Yeah.
Why eagle?
Because of the view, and it sees a lot from it sees a lot from a mile away.
So that's the eagle's table. Okay,
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Ernest Terer. I'm 26 years old. Animal, I'll say lion. And what else?
What you do for a living and why a lion?
Okay, currently I'm working as a merchandiser, but actually I'm an IT professional. Yeah.
Why do you see yourself as a lion?
Fear.
You're fearless.
Yeah.
Or people fear you, so you're fearful.
Fearless.
It's either or.
Fearless.
You're fearless.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good afternoon. I am Chabet Masi. I'm 26. I'm an IT professional as well. I think it was an animal like a cat.
A cat.
I think because I have the same demeanor and the calmness and the stillness of a cat naturally.
Thank you.
Yes, hi everyone. My name is Stephen. For a living, I do finance stuff. So I've been in accounting, I've been reporting, and then currently doing business intelligence. If I was an animal,
Bird, fish, jello.
yeah, so probably I say a fish because I know how to swim.
So maybe which specific type of fish? Can we just address you as fish?
Yeah, I think I can take it.
Hi everyone. My name is Claire Michai. I'm 28. I'm a med student. I'm currently in third year, and I also do like online gigs sometimes. If I were to be an animal, I would say an elephant, because I like their sense of community, the way they stick together.
So, thank you so much. So maybe just some little house rules. If we can just have our phones on silent mode, please. Then also when talking, you can just try to project kidogo. I don't know if you're naturally soft-spoken, but we haven't gotten to that space where we can just, if you can just be a bit loud kidogo. And try to minimize movements. I don't know whether you've been shown the washrooms. We have to get a break, don't worry, we don't need it for now. But we did it for now. Tuanze ama kwanza ni give you like a minute hivi. We can just start. So today I've mentioned why we are here today. We just want to understand governance, advocacy, roles of different institutions, etc., etc. We are neutral. We are non-partisan. Everything we say here is strictly confidential and won't be linked to any particular individual. Then also, let's just be free. It's not rocket science, it's just a casual conversation. There are no right or wrong answers. We just express ourselves and at least respect each other's opinion. So now, maybe just to start us off, how can you describe the situation of people, maybe yourself or the people in this age group? Where are we? What are we doing? What are we struggling with? Anyone?
Can I go first again?
Why are you going? Fly high.
So I'd say currently all of us are suffering. Yes. I think if I say that, I speak for everyone here, right?
Start for yourself, it's hard for someone to agree to something if they haven't heard exactly what it is I'm agreeing to. So I'd say the suffering, then we'll see whether they agree with it or not.
I'm suffering a lot because of because of our government. Currently, the issues that have been raised and whatever they are doing is not, actually it's not for our beneficial.
What are some of these issues being raised?
I'd say mostly we can say taxes, some of the bills they have been passing, and a lot of other hidden things. Yeah.
So there's the issue of taxation and not being happy with the government. Anything else?
So
it's okay.
Go next. So another thing is job, because this age group kupata kazi ni ngumu sana. For example, in my own opinion, unaona nafanya kazi merchandising and I'm an IT professional. So kupata kazi ni ngumu. Lazima ukuwe na experience, lazima ukuwe pia na connection, all that. So because of corruption and all that, kupata kazi si rahisi, ngumu sana.
So corruption, employment or unemployment.
For me, I'd say mostly accountability in part of the government in terms of the resources we have as a country and how we utilize them, which ties to corruption. Yeah.
I think to add on what utilization in the sense that our resources, the national resources are not being prioritized according to actual needs or pressing needs for that matter. If we're going to talk about healthcare and education, which have in the past 2 years, had budget cuts time and time again with every financial year that is passing, yet we continue seeing excessive allocations in things that are not beneficial to the larger population of the country and directly benefit a few of the leaders instead of that. So misplacing priorities in terms of resource allocation, and it's more visible now that we have the internet, we're able to see everything that's happening right in front of our faces. So we are more angry because we can see, as opposed to before when we didn't have access to didn't have transparency to that extent in terms of the allocation.
I would also say that. Okay. I would also say that for us it feels like we are being like there's a conscious effort to like destroy everything that we do, whether it's school. Like for example, we study for 6 years, and you know medicine used to be that course where you are guaranteed you get your internship, you'll be paid your 206,000 and you'll get a job. People are fighting to be paid during internship, completing internship with unpaid salaries, and now the job market is there's no job market. People are tarmacking with medical degrees. And then not only that, it's school, it's professional life, it's when you try and start a business, it's like obstacles everywhere, in every single path that we were told growing up that this is the way to success. Yeah, so I'd say that.
Yeah, so for me, I think I would side with everyone, because from a governance perspective, there is a lot of misplaced priorities. Okay, so for example, my friend there says he do farming. We are allowed to talk about this government because
it is a free conversation and we are not having anything, so just say whatever is in your mind.
Yeah, so you'll find they said that they're going to turn around the farming space. Okay, it was one of the things in the manifesto, and it was just on paper. On the ground, things are different, right? And I'm saying that because I do coffee farming and I do dairy farming, but now remotely I have my parents doing it. But I know what is the expectations, what the government said they are going to do, but that's not what they're doing. That's not what they're doing. All right. If we go to my friend here who was saying that he's in the IT space, the same government promised that they're going to do in every ward. I think they're going to set up ICT things and such, where I've done online writing before, right? And I know there are some hassles that people can do online. If you're good, let's say, in programming or IT stuff and such. And the promise by the government was that they're going to, they're going to open those space, they're going to incentivize so that youths can at least get somewhere where they can get a few coins here and there. And I think that when initially, I think in the first year, around, I think I don't know which part of Kenya, but they had already started saying that guys, they have started doing online stuff, they're getting some money, and they did a lot of PR and that. But we have a lot of learned youths, let's say in the IT sector, who currently, whatever the government had promised, it hasn't trickled down, right? So I would say, in terms of governance, there is a lot of misplaced priorities. They are not doing things that address the concerns of the youth, because you get out of high school. I tarmacked for almost 5 years, right? You go interviews after interviews after interviews, and it's very discouraging, right? So in terms of governance, they are getting it wrong, and two things: they need to fulfill what they promised to the people, because we are being taxed right, left, and center. The cash is there, but the stories which we are getting online is that people are stealing that cash, and of late, we have the, data is available online because you'll see MPs piling a lot of cash in their houses, and then instead of counting the cash, they are weighing it using weighing machines, which is, which if such an MP comes in front of a Jay-Z right now, Gen Z, that guy can be killed because people are going through a lot of pain, and now what he's doing, he's confirming to us that, well, whatever we hear, that these guys are stealing the cash, and it's our own money, and they are not doing anything that can help us at least do something that can help us feed ourselves. They are not doing it. So a lot of disconnection with what is on the ground, and then a lot of lies, lack of truth, and failing to implement what they have promised the people that they're going to do for us. Yeah.
So Elephant has mentioned that she had the expectations of I'll go to school, after school, I'll get a job, everything was guaranteed. But then right now, that's one of the things that has changed. So what are some of the things that you also realize that they're changing? What used to happen before and what is happening now? You started us with that issue of anything else that we have seen changing over the last years?
I can go first.
Yeah. Just be a bit more audible.
Okay, cool. So, healthcare and education, in the past there's been a lot of changes. I don't want to call them developments because they are not.
So they're just changes, not developments.
Negative changes for that matter.
Okay.
So we had, I think this year, the Ministry of Education suspended government-sponsored registration for national examinations. They were free. I think they used to be paid up until 2010, 2012, around there. I'm not sure, but I don't think I remember paying for both KCP and KCSE national exams. The same also goes for capitation for schools. It's either not funds are not availed entirely or not in time, because there was actually a case, I think it was end of second term 2025, where, no, actually end of third term 2025, where funds meant for capitation were sent to school heads and county director of education officers. I think on the closing day, we had the change from NHIF, National Hospital Insurance Fund, to now, I'm not sure it's SHIF or SHA.
Something there.
Whatever it is, yeah. We've seen a lot of cuts in terms of how much inpatient, outpatient is covered, which services are covered, which ones are not covered, and if approvals are even done, or if approvals are done in time, or even if there are approvals in the first place. We have seen, those two.
Thank you.
I'll go last.
Any other changes that you've seen?
Personally, let me speak for me. When I feel like the number, the number of youth in this country, we have so many youth in the country at the moment. Not that we didn't way back, but it's rising. And then if you compare then and now, I didn't tarmac, I left campus, and then a week later I was in employment. But if you compare, and we've had stories, personal stories of people, of some of my friends who've tarmacked for years and years, and the situation in the country is not, if you compare then and now, even then even if, yes, they were stealing, but things were still, they weren't being called out, let me say that, as compared to now. Because everything is, you can get all the information you need online. And not just in terms of resources, because we have a lot of resources in the country, and so the number, how will I say this? Not allocation wise, like there's something I'm looking for, not just to allocate I feel like the way things are being handled, it's not up to par in comparison, because if the youth are not being heard, if the youth are not being heard, then it will lead to more frustrations, and I don't think they're going to maintain the country as it is.
Yeah, so probably I can go for it. Yeah, so for me, I'll speak to governance, right? Because I think that's one of the themes, right? So some years back, it's either we were not fed with a lot of information on what is going around, but nowadays a lot of information is available. So thanks to the internet and other sources of information besides the mainstream media. Okay. Now, the advantage of that is that it has come with a lot of exposure, right? And back then, I think other than what we formerly hear of the algorithm scandal and such, I think in the last 10 years, 15, there has a lot of mega exposures where you'd see people in government doing a lot of stealing of public funds for their own benefits. Some they have it in Kenya, others, others they fly them out of the country. And then of course the impeachment of governors and such. We have a lot of information on what the guys we elect do with our own money that they have taxed, right? And that brings out instances where people who we elect, there is a lot of degrading in terms of integrity, in terms of honesty, and in terms of accountability, in terms of pure virtues, which are the core of governance, right? And integrity is slowly fading away, right? And what that is doing, it's manifesting that there is no good thing left in the governance aspect, right? And that is to say, and that's now why you hear the youth currently summing it up as wenye tuko nao kwa serikali ni wezi. Okay. Yeah, so there is no trust in the government. So even if they do something good, we know they are thieves.
We stick to that.
Yeah, and we stick to that. But it's courtesy of those who we have elected. There is a lot of degradation in terms of ethics and the moral aspect of governance. It's done.
So you're talking about struggles, you're talking about things that have changed, but then maybe are there ways that are there avenues or are there channels that maybe can be pursued to be able to arrive at certain opportunities, just not for us, but even for the future generations that are coming?
I think we can try. We strive to go through legal channels so that we can. We're talking about recalling MPs, There's been talk about the president being impeached, but it's really hard because institutions have been bought that were supposed to be independent in the first place. So it's a very like thin line right now for people not to cross into the I would say violent ways, because what is deemed as proper channels, legal channels, all of them are like blocked.
But we move away kidogo from governance. Let's take you and the other students who are in medical as you are. So maybe what can be done for them to be able to now get to the opportunities, and which opportunities are these? That maybe if you can speak on their behalf, what can you ask to be done to get where?
I would, for us, especially when we're in our clinical years, the resources in hospitals really, they need to be enough, because we'll be in clinical years from 3rd year to 6th year. So all those classes, and we're not the only university using that hospital. So if hospitals would have better resources, universities would have better resources so that our labs can be up to par. More research opportunities. We get like 1 or 2 in a year, and everyone is scrambling for that opportunity. I would say if the universities are rescued from, they're basically bankrupt right now, whereas people are reaching like 4th year, 5th year, then the university shuts down. If they're able to be rescued from their financial issues, and the administration would be people with integrity, I think it will be better for med students, and also so that we can allow not only opportunities within Kenya, but even outside Kenya, so that we can be able to access such opportunities. I would say that.
Lion, ready to roll, or you'll go last on this one?
No problem. So I'll say in my own view, nataka youth wa stand up, wao pia wa fight for maybe president and all that, and then we unite. You all the youths, like for the Gen Z last time, venye walikuwa we stand out kila mtu to support one of the youth akuwe pia kwa political space.
So for me, I'd say we need a system overhaul, and the only way for now, the only option we have is going to the streets. Although it's chaotic and stuff, but it's the only way. If we can be able to do a system overhaul, let's say we remove all currently they are called Kanu orphans, because it's like they all came from Kanu, It's like I know a friend who can be an MP, I know a friend who can be a governor, I know someone, if I become a president, I'll give it to my friend or their wives, something like that. So I think we need, if we can be able to do a massive protest for now, that's the only solution we have right now, and do away with all those people who are currently in power, and then from there we can maybe we can get people like our own people who we think, we don't know people unless people who we think they can be good for us. I think from there, I can say maybe in the next 10 years we might have a better country compared to the way it is right now.
System overhaul.
Yes.
Young leadership. Resourcing and rescuing of health institutions and our education institutions.
Take for example Mudavadi. Mudavadi has been in government for more than 30 years. The guy has never done anything for his people. Someone like Kasongo, he's been there, he was an errand boy for Moi, according to what we have been told. The guy has never done anything. When he became president, he was doing shitty things also. He was doing weird things like launching a transformer. As a president, you're not supposed to do something like that. even an MC is not supposed to do something like that. That's the work of Kenya Power, and they are not supposed to even launch it. It's our right to have power. We pay for it. No. So we need like a system overhaul will do justice for all of us. Yeah.
I can add to that. And when we get to the system overhaul, if at all, there's a thing in this country with the leaders that they do so much PR, so much talking and less work. So you're scrolling on Twitter and there's a tweet from CS Tourism, CSL, CS this. Well, actually there is no work to show for what they're doing. So another example I can give, I'm in tech, so there was a software and AI conference a few weeks ago in Eldoret, and we were very shocked to see the pictures coming from the conference because people are wearing suits and we don't know who those people are because we don't wear suits. I don't know if the guys do. So we feel like let's leave the actual work to the professionals. We have people, I get it, CSs are sort of a political appointments, but there has to be some technical qualification that is needed to, be appointed to such an office. And because at the end of the day, we need people who are going to work to take this country to where it's supposed to be. We need development to be moving forward and not backwards as we see in the industry. Yes.
For all this to happen, the system overhaul, the changing leadership, do we feel like the youth actually have a voice in that?
Yes.
Yes, no, Tobinia for yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Partly.
Aha, elephant is partly or is totally no?
I'll say, okay, I'll also say partly. Because for us, for our voice to be heard, we have, for the past 2 years, for our voice to be heard, we've had to go to extreme measures. If we just, use public participation, emails, and they never listen, so we must go to the streets, we must picket for them to listen. So I would really not say we have a voice, but we are very active in fighting for our voice to be heard. Yeah.
So we're in the process of airing ourselves out. We are not there yet.
Yes. I'd say we do have a voice, but it's being stifled. It's like we're not being heard. Like she's saying, like we're fighting. So we do. The youth do have a voice, but we have to fight to get where we.
I think
okay. You can go there.
When you have a voice, there has to be someone who is there to listen.
Yeah.
Well, in this case, time and time again, it has, the recent events from 2024 to 2025, those 2 years have shown us that no one really listens. And I think that's my point, for a voice to be valid, there has to be someone to listen. It doesn't matter what the voice is, if the voice is picketing and going to the streets, being in public participation, the voice is also registering as a voter and showing up to a poll center to actually cast your vote, as opposed to, a voice is also talking through social media, tweeting all day, like, politicians are doing. But at the end of the day, the systems that are in place to listen, that is the Electoral Commission. It's one of the listeners. Public participation, they usually officials to listen to, take notes, if at all they do. If at all, that is actually submitted to the respective houses for review and consideration during passing bills. So, yeah.
Are we allowed to ask questions?
It's a conversation. It can't just be one way.
I want to ask Jabet a question. Do you think voting really works in Kenya?
What really works?
Voting. Does voting really work in Kenya?
I think, yes, voting works in Kenya. It's the voter that is the issue here. We've seen statistics from the previous election that at the number of registered voters versus the number that actually showed up to cast their votes. We also saw I think it's a thing. Fulani atashinda too. You're giving someone else the power to decide for you who you're going to vote into. So I don't want to say voting doesn't work. I think it's the voter who doesn't work. I think voter independence has been the major issue. Someone anasikia to what someone else is saying, and they take that as, okay, let's uphold this one, as opposed to doing the work yourself, looking at someone's track record, and actually making the decision for yourself.
There was the recent elections for Mudende and the other guy.
Yeah.
Most people didn't know Mudende was he's a crook. He stole over 400 M from KNH. Do you think? Well, he won. Would you say the voters didn't know, or they knew and ignored and still voted for him?
I think they knew and ignored, because another thing to also know in the by-elections that were held recently, the 2022 voter register is the one that was used, not the most recent one. So I think that's another factor we need to consider for the election.
Once we've done our part, we'll wait for that register to see whether we're getting the system overhaul and that. So we mentioned about some of the struggles that we feel that they're there for us, and even for the future, for the other generations that are coming. Are there some struggles that we feel are similar with other young people in other African countries? Are there some things that are different from other young people in other African countries? What's your take on that?
Obvious, in terms of similarities, in terms of similarity, we've interacted with people from West Africa, South Africa, most of them, North, West and South. So for them, issues of corruption, overtaxation, poor healthcare, poor education, we share those. But for a lot of countries, even our neighboring countries, the difference comes in their constitution. Ours is a bit more freeing in that we can express ourselves. For them, on top of the issues we share, they also have an issue of, if you say something, you might never be seen again. If you even try and, raise your voice against an issue, you'll have to, run, go into exile or something, go into a neighboring country. Because first we kind of have, I would say, freedom, social media, you can say anything, people are saying anything. You say anything on social media. Yes, we have the issue of the DCI, they were coming and abducting people, but in general, we do have issues, governance issues that we share, but in terms of social issues, we're a bit better off than some countries.
Let's meet away.
Oh, so I would support the Eagle in terms of changing the
Eagle.
Yeah, the Eagle talking about the system.
System overhaul. Okay.
Yes. So from an advocacy point of view, we need to correct a lot of things. So, one, when we say that youth have voice, right? And we have spaces where we can put our voice. We have X, we have Facebook, we have everywhere. We have a lot of space where we can put our voice forward. The issue, as discussed here, it's who are we talking to? Is he listening? Right? So if youth put their voice across, then the institutions that are meant to take care of or to attend to their voices, they need to be left alone, and they need to be independent, they need not to be interfered with, and they need to be credible. You're not asking me for too much. It's a soft issue. I would call it its basic common sense. If the people have this concern and they have aired their voice, well, take note of it. If it is an issue, address it using the right constitutional fact. Then these are the people meddling with it in between that need to stop, and that's the software part of it. Okay. Then if let's say in Kenya we have a lot of institutions, and you'll find every now and then you'll hear things like nepotism. This person is bringing people from his own home, people from his own county, people from his own lineage, people, a lot of stuff. So it's not based on meritocracy, right? So if let's say it's NSSF here who are hiring, okay, let the hiring process be clean. Let all Kenyans be treated as one, regardless of where you come from, what you do. As long as you have it, you merit, you are qualified, you have proven you can be able to do it, then let there be transparency, let there be honesty, be given that job, instead of closing a lot of guys who have done good in academics, who have good experiences, who have zeal and passion to do work and to put their country forward, but they are not given that chance to come and do what they need. And actually, that's a key driver into the grief that most youth have. You'll find maybe there are some positions that were given by Qatar government, and then you hear people from this side, some guy from let's say Marago County go get this, and other people from this county go get this, and then where there is no interview, there is no transparency, there is no basic software, the software element of running a government. So if we sort that, I think we would cure a lot of the animosity that is running around. Then, if we do a comparison with most of the countries that we have in Africa, I would probably say that I'm happy to be a Kenyan. Okay. One, we have a very good constitution. Okay, but most people don't know about it, and it is purposely put that by the government, because if the government want people to understand the constitution, they would know a lot of their rights, they would know a lot of actions that they can take, but for some reason they hide that card from the people, right? So I think now, for us, because we are now, let's say, a bit more exposed, you'll find that kids of Madam Elephant here, they'll be too much enlightened, because at some point she'll have to, she'll teach them most of the things that she knows about the Constitution, right? Yeah, so people of Mr. Igor there, he also teaches kids like that. But if the government is very intentional, then they can make things like teaching the Constitution as a school unit in primary school, such that when a kid is born, joins school, primary school, junior, until the tertiary, they know their Constitution in and out, they know their rights in and out, they know how to advocate for anything, and they are able to confront anywhere they are mistreated in this country. And then if we leave independent institutions like the judiciary, the courts, free from bias and free from interference, and those people who are there, they are credible, then they will fight for our rights, and we would have a very free country. We wouldn't have like a country like TZ. So the other day they had an election, and then from our spaces, you hear like the constitution of Tanzania. If they do the way they did the voting, if here in Kenya one is agreed, like let's say when our stronghold Papa was here, so when he was uncomfortable with the laws, then he will go to Supreme Court, and then he air his issues, and then the courts makes a verdict. At some point, it was given to his favor by Maraga, and at some point, when we take a people through such a process, they feel heard, and they feel their concern has been addressed, and they feel they are living in a country where they are respected. But now, if you go to a place like TZ, there is nothing like that happens. So, so a lot of youths, now you can imagine, if we, the youths here in Kenya, we have such freedom to air all that, and in TZ, we have youth there, but they can be able to air that. They are very much disadvantaged. But I would ask for, if at any point it will reach to the governance, this issue of cybercrime, the cyber act that they are trying to amend the other day, it was some way draconian. They wanted to pin down the Kenyan people from airing their views or saying what they think they should say. Okay. If it was anything to do with, let's say, cybersecurity or such, we have very good IT experts here. Okay, they can draft very good policies and very good rules that would protect everyone against cybersecurity and such. But the government shouldn't take advantage of that to silence people. Yeah.
Do you want to add or anything to add? Back to the original question, he has brought it out. We're talking about the differences and the similarities between what the young people in Kenya are facing vis-a-vis other young people in other African countries.
So I'll add on what he has said about the similarities. So we have the same problem in African countries like Tanzania. We see last time during the election, there were a lot of people died. Same case to Kenya last time during the Gen Z's maandamano. So you see that excess force used during the demonstration. It's the same between Kenya and Tanzania.
For me, I'd say high cost of living. I think it's a common thing across Africa. That's why we hear some people from West Africa trying to cross the ocean going to Spain. I think it's because of, governance, corruption, those kind of things. Also, let's say in Kenya, probably 10 years ago, this soda was like 10 shillings. And that time, the 10 shilling had value. Now, the soda is very expensive. And the 10 bob is, as in, you can compare to like 5 shillings, or it doesn't have that much value like it used to be. And you see, on top of that, like high cost of living and the quality of services we are getting and the high taxation, I think it's what I'd say. Let me just stop there. High cost of living is what is affecting most African countries, and
Lion has mentioned of maandamano. We've had maandamano last year, we've had maandamano this year. So, by show of hand, has any one of us been part of those maandamano? 2, 3.
Online or otherwise.
part of it. If you feel like online was part of it, shoot it. Online. Online.
Yeah, for me it's both.
Okay.
I've gone online plus I also managed to
walk around it. So, okay, maybe what pushed you into being part of it, and how was the experience like?
I have a friend who we work with, and he's one of the, he displays what the youths, why the youths are aggrieved. Okay, and I think the reason why we went, it was because of just because things were not being done right in this country. I think it was a stream of the president making out of promises in there, and then so in the office normally when we get there in the morning, you'd hear, okay, there was and funny enough I had that thing here. So we had gone to launch a transformer, and then and then guys speak out and you feel it. You are like, okay, how the president moving from here to go and do a transformer, I don't know where. And it's something that Kenya Power can do, or it's even something that you can do without having to tell the public about a transformer of 100,000, yet you guys are still millions. And then on top of that, it was like, well, they would go do a launch with, let's say, a lorry full of electricity posts and transformers, and then the next day, so it was a whole sort of thing. And then I also had it from Cat here, that they would go to Eldoret. You're an IT person. People know. IT people, they don't wear suits as such. Unless you are a very serious policymaker, they have been given the right to wear casually, dress down and everything, right? And then you're here, a tent of, let's say, 1,000 people, and they're all in suits, and they have gone to launch IT stuff, and then you hear they have been given 500 million such, yet it's in your own constituency, your own home. Then if you happen to call someone from you and did you guys go there? Yeah, we went, but there was nothing like that. Yeah. So a lot of falsehood, So now, during the maandamanos and such, those ones were now the issues that were pushing someone. You're like, okay, well, there is no positive, there is no, these guys are not honest, they are using our money not in the right way, and we are being taxed right, left, and center. We are being taxed for house levy, we are being taxed VAT, we are being taxed this, we are being taxed this, and then you're told as long as you pay SHA, your parents will never call you to give them, let's say, 1,000 shillings to go to a hospital. And then you find they'll go to the hospital, they'll be charged. Okay? So, a lot of lies. So, that's, now those are now the soft, the software elements that driven me to accompany my team to go to the streets. It was good running with the police.
So what was the experience? Good.
Yeah, the experience, it was not receptive. Okay, well, the good thing is that if you do a maandamano in the news, it will be captured. Even if the ministry don't capture it, in the space, it will be aired. Okay, good enough. Most, if not all, of these leaders, they have Twitters, they are able to get into the space and see this and that. Okay? So at some point you hear them, oh, okay, there are some guys who are demanding because of this and this and And then one of them, of course, all of them, they are not, there is that one person who is, let's say, a bit, a bit different, so he'll air it, okay? And once he air it, you hear some conversation has been started by the government and such. So well, we did this, it was aired, this person got it, and there is a national mention of it. So that's enough for that. Next year, something happens like that, that voice again, probably in the next couple of years or several years, things will change.
Eagle, how was your experience?
Amazing. Yeah, because I felt like I was people who were like-minded and we want the same thing. Yeah, I'd say that was the best experience. Running around, throwing stones. Yeah. I'll do it over and over again until you get what we want.
You will do it over and over again?
Yes, I'll do it. Even next year, I'll be in the front.
Elephants. You agree with Eagle? You want to...
For me, I went both times. In the 2024 protests, we actually organized as a class and we all went. Most of us went. And at that time, we had just come from another round of maandamano, because at that time, there was a 2-year backlog of interns who had not been posted. So tulikuwa tumetoka streets and one of our union leaders aligongwa na tear gas canister kwa kichwa. So poor angry. And then the finance bill protests came, now poor like double and people were just pissed off. So we just organized, redisha matatu together and went to Sticker Road. So we went early before they blocked the roads. Then when we were in town, a lot of like running away from tear gas and all that. Then I remember my parents were in town. So my mom called me and she's like, hey, watu wamefika parliament. Murudi, kuna haribika. So cause I'm in a class where I'm older than others. So mimi ndio nilikuwa like so niliwa round up, tukapanda matatu kabla Thika Road ifungwe. So everyone was able to get home safely. Then the one for this year, tulipatwa hapo Thika Road na tear gas. On our way, matatu ikadivert ikatumia Kiambu Road. Then hapo ndio DCI. So we were there, so matatu tukashukisha kwamba mtembee. We didn't even get to Globe. Like police cars are just coming throwing tear gas. So tulifika huko Ngara ndani. And then now they start going into Ngara, so tukatoka. Kupanda matatu, the matatu were in. No, the one was in front of us, tear gas cans ikaingia ndani. So now everyone is running, us already disoriented. Kwa sababu mjapata opportunity ya kufika. We're already disoriented. And then now our wametupuka wanakuja kuingia matatu. That matatu was full. It was hizi kubwa ni 28 seats ama nini. Ilikuwa imejaa. I think people were more than 60 in that matatu. So katumiza mtochoro za West nini. We were able to get to Ruiru side. Yeah, so the second time was actually quite scary. Me niliona tear gas canister, like I'm here and then this police car is like not even 100 meters behind me and I shoot tear gas canister. Yeah, so the second time was, I would say that was the worst time, but the first time it was just anger. It was fueled by pure anger. Yeah.
Let's hear from the online spaces. Keyboard warriors, how was your experience like? The lion was on the ground, was in the jungle. Yeah, the lion was in the jungle. It's just you and Eagle who are online.
So I think we are sharing the same anger, the same frustration, the same need for change, accountability, transparency. To be treated with respect. I mean, so yeah, we were just there watching refreshing Twitter every other time, on YouTube, on another device, live streams, and at the same time checking on our friends who are on the ground, see if they're safe, and at the end of the day, you check if everyone who was outside is back home safe. So yeah.
Add on?
Yeah, I'd echo her. And then also add that, like right now, I feel like things, they're not calm. Things are just like kind of, yeah, they're going to come to a head at some point. Like if they don't address what is currently going on, there's going to be another until, yeah.
So we've had our protests here. I also just want us to mention some of two hashtags that were at some point in different parts of Africa.
Mm-hmm.
There was one called the End SARS. Is anyone of us aware about that? You are?
Yeah.
Are you? End SARS. Are you aware?
No, that's where.
Nigeria.
Or done Boko Haram and such.
You knew about End SARS?
Yeah.
You knew? You did. What about fees must fall? So one. You are?
Yeah.
Okay. I just want us to look at a short clip. Then maybe from there we can have a small break and then come back to discuss what we have watched.
Hello and welcome to the 77% show. This week we are in Kenya's capital, Nairobi, where indeed the rest of the country has been turned into a political stage. There have been major protests by young people and some even lost their lives. More coming up on this very special edition show. I'm Edith Kimani. Now, if you've seen any images from Kenya lately, you may notice that today is a very quiet day here in Nairobi. There are no chanting crowds, mercifully, no tear gas. But since mid-June, young Kenyans have been gathering on these streets, in town halls, and also online. Now, initially, the mostly Gen Z protesters wanted a controversial finance bill that would increase taxes in the country to be dropped. But now, those protests, like others in Africa, are about much more than a single issue. Here's what's coming up. We'll find out what sparked Kenya's nationwide protest. We'll look at previous youth protests from other parts of the continent. And we'll try to find out where all this could be heading. But before we go any further, let's take a look at what's happened until now.
This is uptown Nairobi, and on a normal day, it will be traffic congestion on the road. But right now, the road is full of young people who have been protesting a controversial finance bill.
Police using what I would consider to be excessive force. At the moment, we've just had to pull back. We had seen somebody get injured just beyond the road there.
It started out as peaceful protests. Young Kenyans draped in flags calling for Kenya's parliament to reject a finance bill that many felt imposed exorbitantly high taxes on an already squeezed Kenyan population.
We're already paying taxes, and the little that we are paying, they're not doing much with it.
We are suffering. That's illegal. If I never came here, this would have gotten out of hand. So I must be here so that I'll be heard. And my voice will be heard by the Kenyans.
Protesters were soon met with tear gas, water cannons, arrests, and even live bullets. The second day of protests ended in the deaths of 29-year-old Rex Masai, allegedly shot in the evening of the protest, and 21-year-old Evans Kiratu, who died after he was hit by a tear gas canister. Yet that was only the start. On June 25th, the protest went nationwide. In Nairobi, the focus was on Parliament, and after MPs voted for the adoption of the finance bill, protesters stormed the National Assembly, with police opening fire on them.
This was one of the walls from Parliament that was actually brought down by the protesters, where there's blood all over. There's a truck on this other side that has been burnt, belonged to the police.
Since the beginning of the protests, over 50 people lost their lives and many more were injured. But that did not deter people. They organised blood donations, raised money to foot hospital bills, and organised a concert in remembrance of the victims.
For the longest time, leadership in Africa has been in the hands of the old and the elite and the rich thugs. But now people are saying, no, wait a minute, we're the majority in the continent, we're the ones who don't have jobs, we're the ones dying in the Mediterranean Sea trying to go abroad. So the young people are saying, you know what, we want to fight for our country instead of dying in the high seas or going to do menial jobs in Europe.
In the weeks since, the protests have become more sparse.
Unlike the numbers we've witnessed in the previous weeks, today very few protesters have come out. In part due to the high number of security details. You can see behind me, they keep lobbing tear gas. It's all over the air.
With the heavy security presence, arrests and often even abductions by plainclothed officers, the protesters may not all be in the streets, but the conversations continue on X spaces, offline and through courts and petitions.
This is it, the political awakening. Everyone is aware. You know, we're not following politicians around, taking pictures and, you know, we are asking them the real questions. And so many people are saying this has died, but it's actually the beginning.
And the government's response? Kenya's president has sent the finance bill back to Parliament and dismissed his entire cabinet. He has attempted to dialogue with the protesters, but they say his actions don't show true will.
Now, it's a little eerie to be walking on these streets because this was a site of some of the worst skirmishes during the Nairobi protests. Now, the country's parliament is just around the corner, and on June 25th, young people were able to breach the barriers there and gain entry. Now, of course, a lot of people were injured, and many more also lost their lives. Now, we invited young people to discuss this issue and to tell us why exactly they were out on the streets. And it turns out that they were more interested in talking about how security personnel dealt with the protesters. Watch. Hello and welcome back to the 77% Street Debate. My name is Edith Kimani, and this week we are back in Kenya's capital of Nairobi. But we're here to ask, are protests the only way for Kenyans to get their voices heard? And what next for the young people of this movement? Who better to answer that question than the actual members of the movement? Shakira, let's start with you, because you stood up to a police officer and you said, you're not taking me anywhere, I'm standing up for my rights. Why were you so angry that day?
That was the second day of the protest, and on the first day I had been arrested. I wouldn't even use the term arrested because I was ambushed by plainclothes officers, and they threw me into a vehicle, they harassed me, they beat me, and they took me to Central Police. And we were detained among other protesters until 8 p.m. So I didn't understand why the people's demands and had to be met with such brutality. So I was like, if this moment ever happens to me again, I have to be able to speak up for myself. And to be honest, I was scared, but my anger and frustration superseded my fear at that point.
All right, so Shakira's anger superseding her fear. Mohammed, you are a journalist, a communicator, but very much also involved in these protests. So I did ask the question, what sparked the protest? Because, I mean, Kenyans have been known to protest for a while, but not like this, not at this scale.
Kenya has come to the brink of revolution so many times. But
revolution, that's a very strong word.
It is a very strong word. I think we can go back all the way to the 90s when we had the multi-party, when we were fighting for multi-party democracy in this country. 2002, when all of us were at Uhuru Park and saying, yote yawezekana bila Moi. There's one uniform factor throughout, and that is politicians always come in and hijack the movements and make it about themselves. So what's different this time around, I think the people, they got tired of that.
So then what is the message now? Because at the beginning it was very clear, right? Reject the finance bill. And I want to speak to some people who participated in the protest. Did that involve burning buildings, looting businesses? Because this is also what the young people are being accused of.
Like the first day when Rex got shot, I was in the other side, I was in CBD. At 4, all of us decided to go home because it's the end of the day, nighttime was coming. The streets were generally not going to be safe. People left. But then the minute you're coming to downtown, you're being told, oh, the people who were here, there were goons, people's businesses were ransacked, people were attacked. Most of the protesters were trying to go home. All of us wanted to go home. We were tired.
Let me bring in Charles Owino, who you might recognize as a former spokesperson for the police. Based on your own assessment and observation, how would you rate the behavior of police towards the protesters in those early days?
There's sometimes a big conflict that police find themselves in.
because as you heard the young man talk, most of these issues are political problems between the public and politicians. Police officers come in to enforce laws and regulations of the land. Well, our current constitution is a bit more vibrant, and Article 37 of the constitution provides that you can demonstrate, you can assemble, you can picket, you can present petitions to authorities peaceably and unarmed.
Who do the police respond and serve? Do they consider us first or the politicians?
The police considers the nation, every one of you. Because, for example, she's a businesswoman. If you break into her shop, what happens to her? So from where I sit, I don't want to defend anybody, but what I'm saying is, can we follow the law?
Okay, let me hear from some people here because I'm seeing the hands coming up.
If we're being honest to ourselves, the default position of the police of this country since independence has always been violence. Now, some of the people who came out during these protests, they're kids who are from middle-class families. Police brutality for them, it's things they see on TV or they read on the papers. If you go to these low-income or these neighborhoods, these informal settlements, the Magalians, the Kibras, this is their daily reality. Brothers, sons, killed without any due process.
So we have somebody here from the Law Society of Kenya. What does the law say about peaceful protests and what the police on the right? Because we saw images of people holding just a flag and yet they're being sprayed with water cannon.
The unfortunate thing that we have witnessed in this country is the anarchy perpetrated by the state. And I'll say this because we saw a court in Malindi issue an order directing that the police officers should not use lethal weapons, they should not use force, they should not use water cannons. And it was clearly directed to the Inspector General of Police to ensure that they provide that command. The following day, there was a protest organized in the various cities, and we could witness the police were in total violation of that order.
I'm going to give Mr. Owino a chance to respond to that, and then I want us to move away from the issue of police, yeah?
When you bar the police from using the tools required for their trade.
You mean live ammunition?
Even live ammunition. Yes, I don't want to lie. I want to be very honest. Yeah. Even live ammunition is is a tool of trade for the police. We have had cases of terrorism here, people coming with bombs and firearms. So what I'm saying is that when it comes to tear gas, the court trying to stop the police from using tear gas or using baton or even using his gun is misplaced in the sense that it is equivalent to telling the police, stay at the police station, let us protest.
The president has already made some concessions, fired nearly his entire cabinet. He's now reappointed some people, or at least nominated them. How do you feel about that? Do you feel like the president is listening to the demands of the youth?
Honestly, I don't think he is. Because if you see the reshuffle, it's like he just switched positions, you know? It's like this person was here, come, stay here, you go, stay here. Just to show people, it's like he's playing around with people's mind, like I've done something.
So what are the real issues? Let's come back to that.
It's evident that when we say Ruto must go, we don't specifically refer to Ruto, but the entire government that is backing him up. They've been given a chance time and time again, because these are politicians I've heard about since I was a little girl. So I think it's just time it's like deconstructing everything and start afresh from a new foundation.
So what are the solutions?
I'm going to plead with the youth. My children go to school in Nairobi. I work in Nairobi. That means my children will not go to school, I will not go to work, and I am a single mother of 3 children. Kindly, as a human being, I wish, I hope that this protest can take a better route.
So while you support the movement, you don't want loss of business, you don't want loss of life. Okay, understood. Let me hear some more points.
My solution is simple.
Yeah.
The young people, you are the majority. Stop tribalism.
We are not tribalists.
Excuse me, I don't say you are a tribalist. I say we have been practicing tribalism. Your generation should stop. I want to see an election where you are going to elect people based on the policies that they want to sell to you. Because currently...
And finally, I'd like to hear from you, Moha. Let's close this with you.
As civilians, we're going to take our civic duty very seriously from now on. The other day on Twitter, we had two different simultaneous Twitter spaces on Wednesday. Well, one group was teaching people about the bills that are being tabled in Parliament, and the other group was teaching people, it's a group of young lawyers who are teaching people about the Katiba, the Constitution. We're reaching a point where we're going to make life very uncomfortable for politicians, and in a non-violent way. Let me just clarify that.
So we have to wrap there because of time, but I did ask a question, you know, what next? And I think the answer has been very clear here, that even if it's not on the streets, it's going to be somewhere online or perhaps at a debate like this, right? So I thank you all for participating. I did read somewhere that these protests were not so much anti-government, but pro-good governance. And I think this debate here has clearly illustrated that. Thank you all for watching. Thank you so much to everyone who took part in that debate. Now, the longer version is available on YouTube. And just for your information, we had initially approached several politicians, MPs, to try to understand how they see their role in all of these political changes, but they weren't able to join our debate. So, much like here in Kenya, Nigerian youth were at the center of one of the largest protest movements in Africa, EndSARS. Can you believe that it's already been 4 years? So let's take a look back at what the protests were all about.
Thousands had gathered to peacefully demonstrate against rising cases of police brutality.
I know that the protests were largely peaceful because I was there reporting.
But that evening, the protest songs in Lagos would turn into cries for help. And the same place where people called for their rights to be upheld would be the same place they were killed.
It all started on the 3rd of October. Policemen from the Special Anti-Robbery Squad Unit, better known as SARS, allegedly killed a young man in southern Delta State and took away his car.
As a video of the deadly assault leaked online, hundreds of young people took to social media to vent and share their own SARS experiences, all of which were bad. SARS was initially formed in 1992 to tackle armed robbery in the country, but the unit grew into a notorious force, popular for extorting and abusing young Nigerians. By October 8th, the online anger against SARS had grown so much that it spilled into the streets nationwide. In Lagos, protesters mounted roadblocks and shut down traffic. Thousands gathered at the Lekki tollgate, a major highway in a rich area of the city. This would come to be the main demonstration point.
Their demands were simple. They wanted SARS banned, bad officials prosecuted, and for victims to be compensated. But they were also advocating for the officials themselves. They wanted them to be mentally evaluated and for their salaries to be increased so that they have fewer reasons to extort.
On the 11th, as the protest gained momentum, the Nigerian police finally scrapped SARS.
The Special Anti-Robbery Squad of the Nigerian Police, otherwise known as SARS, is hereby dissolved.
But people weren't buying it. This wasn't the first time the police was claiming to reform SARS.
By then, the demonstrations had become more of a movement anyways, and people were demanding not just for police reforms, but for better governance.
It's not the SARS money anymore. It's not the SARS anymore. There is hunger in the land. Economy is poor. There is no life.
On Monday, the 19th, Lagos Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu formed a judicial panel to look into SARS abuses. But the protests continued still, and save for some cases of police crackdowns, they were largely peaceful, although criminal elements have started to infiltrate. As thousands of protesters gathered again at Lekki tollgate on Tuesday, October 20th, they noticed that things were different.
People told me that they saw tollgate staff removing CCTV cameras installed in the area, and that as evening fell, the street lights wouldn't come on, leaving the place completely dark.
At around 4 p.m., Governor Sanwo-Olu imposed a curfew, trying to instill order, but many protesters at the tollgate remained there. Then, at around 7, men of the Nigerian army rode in on several vans and started to shoot at the unarmed demonstrators.
They are shooting at us! They are shooting!
Eyewitnesses told me they counted several bodies that night, taken away by the army. But it wasn't over. As word of the killings traveled, angry mobs took to the streets, looting shops, burning buildings, and attacking policemen. 12 people died, according to Amnesty International, and many more were injured. The Nigerian government has set up judicial panels to look into police violence, but denies the killings of October 20th.
Nigeria's youth took to the streets and successfully had the controversial SARS police unit disbanded. But at least 12 people died on that night of what is now known as the Lekki Tollgate massacre. So what happens during such protests, and why do the police or army often react this way against peaceful protesters? Well, we spoke to a security expert here in Kenya, and this is what he had to say.
It's the day of the protest. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of people streamed into the streets. The organizers had notified the police, but the sheer numbers are overwhelming. So how to react?
The ideal scenario is that any unit that is tasked to manage within that area of jurisdiction would go in to protect those rioters, those protesters, to get to their end game, in which case, present a petition to either a power or an agent of their target, and in a way to influence action or to just basically spell out their grievances. And once that is done, then go back home peacefully and retire peacefully.
So the police are supposed to protect, especially in countries which guarantee the right to freedom of assembly. In other words, the right to protest.
But then we've also just seen where there are excesses on the part of the riots, and where, as we know it, infiltrators come in to take advantage of sheer numbers. And that's where, again, the infrastructure that's supposed to be providing security have got to be very vigilant to single out these actors and to relevantly apply force to, impede some of these actions and or to arrest them altogether.
What we've seen across the African continent, however, is that police are armed to their teeth. And in many cases, when the situation becomes more volatile, they fail to de-escalate. In Kenya's most recent protests, police used tear gas and water cannons to disperse even just a handful of people. And in footage that we filmed, officers used their firearms, even accidentally.
If you are to drag out a weapon and to shoot at, at whatever it is that is out there, there's got to be an existential threat to life. That is either the life of the operators themselves, the security agencies, and or there's wanton destruction of property, and or there's a risk to, threat to life, especially on the part of the people that are being protected.
In preparation for the FIFA World Cup in South Africa in 2010, police and security forces got special training to prepare them to control the crowds of tourists and football fans that will descend on the country. For South Africa, which only emerged from the brutal apartheid era a few years back, it was a learning curve. They could not afford to endure visiting fun. So what needs to be changed? Better training, discipline, and more consequences for those who don't stick to the rules? What's clear is that the change needs to come from the top.
So we've now looked at Kenya, we've looked at Nigeria, but another country that saw a very prolonged youth uprising was South Africa. Their Fees Must Fall protest took place between 2015 to 2017, almost a decade ago. At that time, students were protesting the high cost of university fees. And because we wanted to find out what happens to movements when that initial wave of protest dies down, we asked some of those former students.
The reality is that society at the time saw us as hooligans, vandals, running around causing chaos.
I think that student movements get a bad rap, a really, really bad rap, because all that people see is the violence, but they don't know what had to happen in order to get to that stage.
In some universities, here, we are really dealing with people who are very arrogant. People don't want to listen.
It's only now, in a post-Fees Must Fall reality, where the media, where academia itself is lauding Fees Must Fall as this, revolutionary moment in a post-democratic South Africa. But at the time of Fees Must Fall, we were very isolated. And we were treated as petulant children who didn't understand the reality of what we were talking about.
It's almost been a decade. The student movement fueled by the high cost of university fees and the sense that the education system was taught in the apartheid and colonial past. Colonial structures were toppled under the hashtag Rhodes Must Fall, and the students demanded that university fees must fall so that education is not only accessible to the rich. The students occupied their campuses, but they were also met with force by police and the university's private security.
So at that moment, we took a decision, so because we called for ungovernable university, we took over from the management.
It's much harder to organize when there are private security with rifles guarding different buildings. It's much harder to organize when, even during meetings, police would be called.
And for a time, they shut down the campuses, putting enough pressure on universities to agree to some of their demands.
The principal, President Zuma, agreed with us and called for free education, but now we needed to understand how it's going to be funded.
You know, that free education never came. And so it was honestly just a tactic to demobilize us, and it worked very effectively.
9 years down the line, students with places at Africa's best universities still fear losing their spots due to outstanding debt. In 2024, over 1.9 million students applied for financial aid.
It just feels like every single generation is going to fight their best fight and then walk 2 steps forward, 10 steps back. And we keep advancing, we do, but at just an incredibly slow rate.
And what did they learn from it?
During Christmas School, we were young, we were making things up as we went along.
One of the mistakes that we also made as young people during Christmas fair is that we also did not go out to our communities to involve them.
Organize, mobilize and organize, and elect members that you trust, that are vetted. Also, mobilization that is directly talking to the institution you're protesting.
My hope is that we as young Africans can revive the spirit of Pan-African struggle, that we can support each other, as was the case in the 60s, in the 70s. There's a need for us to go back to our roots and to read and to learn and to speak to our elders. And so I'm very excited for what the future holds for young Africans who are taking their power back.
So, reflection, disappointment, but perhaps as we just heard, hope. Well, we've come to the end of our show, but here in Kenya, the country's youth are still in the midst of things. We'll continue to bring you the latest developments, and you can also follow us on TikTok, we're of course on YouTube, and you can also find us on Instagram. Thank you so much for watching. I'm Edith Kimani. Goodbye.
Thank you for watching. You can have a quick break. Alafu tukuje tuendelee. We stretch kidogo. We boost our sugar levels. What's our impression? What stood out from that video?
So, we can say Africa in general, they have a common issue in a bigger picture. In Kenya, we are fighting police brutality. Police brutality, let's say, somewhat the same. Let's say we are talking of school fees going down. In Kenya, the health is not working every day. So Nigeria, some sort of the same thing. So we are on a similar scale, or on a similar set of economic issues. And two things, people are now very anxious and very restless to get those things addressed. They feel they have outgrown those sort of things. They shouldn't be the ones prevailing. The governments or those in leadership should change. And if they are not willing to change, then they can push out.
For me, I think what stood out is the government lies all the time. You see, for South Africa, they said they'll do some amendments, they didn't do. For Nigeria, they said we have disbanded the SARS, they didn't do. In Kenya, Kasongo said the same. He's going to reshuffle the cabinet. He did. Well, actually, what he did is just put his people somewhere else. So for me, I'd say the government lies all the time. Yeah.
Also, the common denominator, the people spearheading these movements are mostly also millennials and Gen Zs. Yeah. For all the movements that we've watched, that it's been the young people. So it's our responsibility now.
What did you like about the show? What else most relevant to you?
It's the persistence and the strong will, for the young people to want change and want the change now. Not from the compromises, not even negotiating, anything more than what exactly happens.
So I'll say unity, the unity among the youths. So despite the fact that so many were killed, they're still fighting.
I'd say the same, and also in part of the police, say that they serve their master more or less. They're there to serve whoever's called them. Yeah. So it's sad. It's a sad reality. But regardless of that, they still sure.
Yeah. And do you think that the Kenya protests were adequately covered in this show? In your opinion?
I'll say yes.
You'll say yes. Okay.
Yes, but there are also other mainstream avenues that were showcased that, yeah.
So from this particular show, did you feel like it was adequately covered?
Yes, to some extent.
To some extent.
Yes.
What was left out?
The brutality.
Yeah.
The brutality was left out.
Yes.
Anything else that was left out?
I feel like they should have included more of people who lost their lives. Because I think they talked about
look at the entire episode, maybe what emotions are they triggering us? What emotions are they evoking in us? Do we feel hopeful? Are we not hopeful in regards to now the future of the young people in Africa? You can.
So, for me, the whole bit, it's evoking that emotion of, well, Kenyans, you're not alone in it. Okay? And the cause that you're fighting for is being fought elsewhere. And keep up on it. Right? And then the positive thing about it is that there is awareness. You see, the information itself, however little or there is awareness, not only in Kenya, but in other countries. So generations to come, they will find out information about this. They will know our Gen Z of this time. This is how far they get, and we can protect it because we have the courage.
Okay. When I saw the amount of damage that was done, there was a bit of hopelessness because it's the same thing in Kenya, the same thing in Nigeria, it's the same thing in South Africa. But at the same time, it makes me feel like we need to strive for allyship, so that we can come together and exchange ideas on how to approach these issues in our individual countries. We help each other. Yes.
So I'd say there's hopes because we have seen the other countries are fighting the same way we Kenyans do. So I'll say maybe if we keep fighting, maybe we might win. We will inspire other generations that would come.
The Eagles desk, maybe just a comment. Either Eagle can go.
For me, I'd say we need to save our country right now. Let's stop saying for the next generation or the next generation. We are currently here and we are suffering. We need to sort that now. But you cannot suffer now and suffer later because of other generations. Amaji, leadership yetu sahi. Hivyo ndo naweza taka kusema.
Do you get motivated when you see such things happen? Are you motivated now to keep fighting maybe against those struggles that you have, or are you giving up?
I will not give up. I am motivated, but also I like to encourage the mainstream media. Watch kukaa kwa fence, unajua? Like it's like they are scared of being cancelled by they are scared of losing tenders from the government, but they also want to like look as if they are supporting some protesters. They need to Edith is a young person, she's a Kenyan. And show everything is going to happen, you know? Yeah. That way at least even other people will see what's going on here. Yeah. Really like from what I saw in that clip, kuna mahali penye mtu alishutiwa, kuna mahali mtu alikuwa anaona tear gas kwa mwili. Hizo ni vitu zilikuwa zina happen. Yeye anashow tu maji yenyewe ipiki mtu. Huko tuko tunapigwa na maji hadi tunaanguka chini. Unaona, na bado tunaendelea kupigwa. If media inaweza fanya hivyo, inaweza kuwa poa. At least that way tutakuwa motivated kutokea zaidi.
When you talk about
Sorry, I was just saying that it's sad that we have to it has to the youth come out to protest peacefully, but they're saying that we've been conditioned that it's a fight. Like these days won't, which is just a sad reality that we have to fight and push through, either through violence because some are being infiltrated, like we've had, and
like he's saying that it's just no condition already, like it's either or, akuna in between, which is just sad. Like we can't just come out and protest peacefully and air our views. Yeah.
And maybe have we learned of any strategies that maybe we can now use when trying to air our voices? Any strategies that we can implement?
From the clip or from man to man?
Let's start from the clip.
Let's go first. From the clip, there is nothing.
I think in South Africa, I think something that really worked for them was the fact that they came together and decided, okay, they're not listening, so total shutdown. Remember they said that all university students stop going, so you cut, when they say you cut the head of the stake, so you cut their source of financing, stop going, stop paying fees, stop, yeah, so that's when the universities relented. So I also think like for us, because we are the source, for a lot of the money they are stealing, we are the source. So all of us just decided to stop paying. I don't know whether it's something feasible, but yeah, I think it's something that should be considered. Cut the head.
Yes.
Again, in South Africa, they say that one of the strategies that didn't work for them was that they say that they should have put people in place who, they say, there's a lady who say that they should have put people in place who they entrusted to talk to the institutions. But we saw that even in Kenya, people being bought for being, so that, yeah, I don't think it would work, because at the end of the day, why are you doing what you're doing? Like, yeah.
I think, in short, we are not supposed to have a dialogue with the government.
That's the strategy you're getting from that, zero dialogue.
Yes, because they lie and keep lying. As long as, I think, lying keeps them in power, and they're used to lying, so they'll do it until maybe they die. Yeah.
Okay.
But they understand and protest. See, like when we went for Maandamano, Kasongo was so furious.
Now, I'm just interested in understanding, does the information that we showed you about Nigeria and South Africa, does it match your imagination of those two countries, or is it a bit different? Same difference?
Yes. We are I would say, yes, we are on the same scale with them. Okay. Yeah, and basically, I think even in the data that is currently around, the African triangle in terms of development. So we are somehow on the same development scale. So whatever is happening in Nigeria, although now probably they have a lot of issues because of insecurities and such. Okay, it's more or less what we almost had in Kenya that I think some part of northern Kenya, in terms of that, it was infiltrated by, I don't know, the military of South Sudan or where. There are some stories that were running like that. So it's what Nigeria is going. So more or less, we are.
You had the same image, you had the same picture before and after. You don't see the same stories?
Yeah. But I think, okay, in as much as we think there is no strategy there, we're talking about the people we have shown them. Okay. The policy unit, those are the ones who saying there is no strategy there because whatever is happening, how things are done there is the same way they get things done. Okay. But as for the news, as for the guys airing it, okay, they are doing the right thing because once such an evil is done there, and it is done in Kenya, it is done in South Africa, and it is aired. Okay, I think people will think and will get a solution someday.
Yeah, for me, it's the same picture of what I've always imagined, because in Nigeria I've always known corruption is a really, really big issue in Nigeria. Very big. I remember there were times where I think number 2 most corrupt country in the world.
Yeah.
So it lines up. The fact that their police are also demanding bribes, stealing from people, it lines up. And in South Africa, that's a very resilient group of people. They fight to the death. So seeing their movement succeeding and the fees was not increased, and also not burdened with all these student debt. Yeah, it lines up with what we know about them, from independence to apartheid. Yeah, it's the same.
Okay, maybe I'll just say it's the same. The brutality, what else? Yeah.
So if you're to look at the questionnaire that you had given South Africa and Nigeria some responses. Okay. So what was the initial response to South Africa and Nigeria?
Section C, right?
What score have you given South Africa?
3.
3. And Nigeria?
Nigeria.
Last page.
3. 4.
If you had to give them a score right now, would you still maintain 3, 4, or would you change the scores?
I'll change.
You'll change to what and what?
To 2.
2. 4? For South
For
Africa,
South Africa and Nigeria.
Why are you now changing to a 2 and not the initial
After
score?
watching the video.
After watching the video. What is pushing you to lower those scores?
Okay, at first I didn't know about the Mandaman on Nigeria and South Africa. So after watching the video, yeah, so there is brutality. And politicians are just the same as people.
The Equals Desk. What score was there before, and what score would you give them if you had to give them a score right now?
I gave South Africa a 5. Nigeria, I believe, was a 6. Yeah, Nigeria 6.
If you had to score them now?
About the same.
About the same.
Yeah.
Nothing much.
I have given South Africa 4, Nigeria 6. For me, I'll still put it the same.
Still put it the same.
Yes.
Okay.
I've given South Africa 6 and Nigeria 6. Yeah, I think I'll still maintain it at that.
I give
because of apartheid and being the last country in Africa to be independent, but I think I would change the score to a 5 now with the information I've gotten. Nigeria gave it a 2 earlier. I would think it was 1 5. Yeah.
That plus is what exactly information is pushing, or maybe what relevance is pushing you to
change my score.
Yeah.
I think just the depiction of the brutality in the police is literally identical. I think the strategy to solve the police brutality is there's a bit of a difference compared to our situation. I don't think there has been anything done to lower cases of police brutality other than people being fired, usually being fired, being transferred between police units. In terms of the execution of the protest, it is almost identical to what we have here. Getting on the roads, staying home so fast, curfews that are impromptu curfews for that matter, where it doesn't serve the similarities that we have noted.
So for me, I had rated both of them as 6. And I can't change because
you're still there.
We are slightly better than the 2.
Okay. So now we've spoken about how we empathize with them, we realize that we have those particular issues that are cross-cutting across to them. But then if we look at the ambitions and if we look at the civic engagement and activism in those areas, can we compare or are we very different? addressing around issues of ambition, issues around innovation, issues around civic engagement and activism. Do we think we can compare to these countries, or we are rebelling?
I think from where I see it, Kenyans are different. Yeah. So in the sense that number one, Kenyans are very cohesive as much as, let's say, tutaenda to undermine and such. If I have an issue personally and we're in the same space with the elephant and you and such, yeah, we've seen Kenyans move from this corner of the country to another corner of the country to support each other and to live with each other. I don't know whether that is the same with Nigeria and such. Yeah.
Igor, coming back to you, Kat.
I'd say the same, and also I feel like Kenyans, there's a freedom we have, freedom of expression, like someone was saying earlier, that we have. I feel like we take for granted sometimes. I feel like we literally take it for granted because you can literally say anything. In as much as also, yes, South Africa can also do so. Nigeria not so much. Nigeria, I don't know, probably.
Nigeria, I can give you an idea. Nigeria, okay, well, happen to have friends in Nigeria and such. In Kenya, probably it's because of culture and such, right? So in Kenya, in Nigeria, the way a Kenyan can grow into an office or maybe you're studying your bosses or your seniors out there, and there is some sort of some open, you get it. You don't feel too much intimidation that this is your boss. You can say hi to them and such, right? And if you see them, you have to hi to them, and they react in a funny way. You are like, hey, dude, don't feel in your house again. I mean, Kenyans, we are somewhat good, but in Nigeria, I think there is too much of worship those guys who are good behavior and such.
That you wanted to comment on something?
I think also another factor to consider here in terms of similarity and the differences in the execution of the protest is the age, the digital age in which the protests took place. I think we heavily relied on social media platforms in 2024 and 2025, which I think everyone will agree with me is not what South Africa and Nigeria had at the time. You're talking about 2015, 2017. That was a totally different era in terms of digital advancement. So I would say social media did make a very, very big difference in terms of how we were able to go about these protests. So much from organizing, the meeting points, at the time being able to inform other people where police officers or military are stationed. There was we did lots of crowdfunding. We were able to raise funds. There was medical aid. We had volunteers for literally everything, which I don't think, okay, at least from the little information I have from NSAS and South Africa protest, which sounds like it was very, very clear at least.
Do you think if they were doing it today, they would have that? Because these are clips from, if you look at it, Kenya was the most recent.
Yeah.
So if they were doing it right now, do you think that maybe South Africa and Nigeria, they're able to copy us on that?
I would say yes.
Okay.
A strong yes.
Nigeria still. On Nigeria, I don't know. I'm still on the fence on them.
You're still on the fence.
I would also say, because when the Mandamano, the 2024 Mandamano happened, they were doing a lot of panels. Nigerians were doing panels comparing to the NSAS, and during that time, the way they dealt with backlash was very different. For us, when they tried to turn it into a tribal thing, we were all Kikuyus. For them, they made it a thing where it was, oh, one tribe is full of hooligans, they're the ones who are on the streets destroying businesses, so they pulled back. So it reached a point where people are not even going to protest because you're making your tribe look bad. Yeah, so I'd say, comparing the two, we were more unified. Yeah.
They can learn that from us.
Yeah, they should.
They should.
Yeah, it was something maybe that we shouldn't allow it to fall the cracks. We've seen how Nigeria was. We've seen South Africa. We've seen what happened to Tanzania. So if what happened to Tanzania was in Kenya, I think Kenyans are very efficient. So yeah, so probably if all these, let's say, researches, or maybe we'll go to address any governance questions or any governance insights, it should be known that Kenyans have the zeal, and yeah, they are very determined to get to an end that which is doing them well.
My ego, if you're in Nigeria today or you're in South Africa today and those protests are currently active, would you show support for them? Maybe why or why not? And if you were to do, how would you do? How would you show support for those protests?
It will depend. With South Africa, I think if we were to protest there, the protest would be successful because of, if you compare the two countries, the population, and also how many people have gone to school. Even going to school somehow. So Nigeria has a high population, and most of them haven't gone to school. Like, there are some things they don't know some things. Like if you go to South Africa and tell someone, this guy is harassing us, we need to do 1 + 1 so that we can get 2. You'll find that most of the people there will agree with you. If you go to Nigeria, you tell them this and this, it will be difficult to have someone like you will agree and go get results. So I'd say yes, I'll support them because the goal is to get change, have someone or get changes for whatever it is they are looking for. But I'll say for South Africa, it will work much better compared to Nigeria.
Maybe how would you show support to that cause?
Well, I don't know. I'll go to the streets with them.
Go to the streets.
Yes.
Yes.
South Africa for Nigeria?
For both of them.
For both.
Yeah.
And how would you show that support?
I'll go to the streets.
You'll go to the streets. So Elephant, do you think you would show support for either of those or both of them, and how?
Yes, I would support both of them. And in Nigeria, I would probably be pushing more for unity and against tribalism, because for them it's a big issue, and as a Kenyan, I've seen the negative effects of it. So that on top of going to the streets, I also be telling them this tribalism thing is doing more harm than it is doing any good.
You mentioned about Tanzania. So if you are there today, or maybe Uganda, and they're having protests, would you support them?
Yeah, I would support them. But I would be very keen on the way to support them. So I would support them on first I get to go there because their constitution. If they see a Kenyan trying to cross the border right now, I don't think they can. Plus, we had a similar issue with I think it's Martha Karua and a few more activists who wanted to go to Sweden during the court proceedings for sympathies for them.
Sympathize for them. Anything to add on to that, especially with maybe trying to have, participating in any protests in Tanzania and Uganda?
I think both countries need a lot of civic education because for Tanzania they don't know their rights, and that's why they are treated like that. I'd say the same for Uganda, but for Uganda it's much better compared to Tanzania. So I think civic education would be good for them.
So, for Tanzania and Uganda, their system is I think it's designed by choice to suppress and to, so I feel also for them it will have to take a mind shift for them, for individuals, like for the citizens themselves, before if they have to want the change for themselves. You can't go there and tell them this is how things are supposed to be.
Yeah.
And they don't want that themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think civic education will somehow play a part?
100%. Yeah.
So you see that there's some problems that are cutting across Africa. Do we think that the African youth can come together? Can we have that maybe one umbrella for combined African youth and unity amongst all of us?
Say yes and no. Yeah.
Yes, yes, no, elephant.
I'll say yes.
Yes,
I'm on the fence, I'm with him.
The Eagles, yes, okay,
I'll say yes.
Yes, on the fence, okay. So, yes, no. That starts.
Have you seen the beefs on social media between Kenya and Uganda, Kenya and Tanzania and Uganda? Yeah, I think we can start from there. We need, as I said, we need civic education. Even in Kenya, there are some people who don't know what the Constitution is and what the Constitution, like how the Constitution protects them. If we can start from there, if we make people understand the Constitution, their rights, we go to Tanzania, we do the same to them, Uganda, we spread all over Africa. I think at some point we'll have a yes, a definite yes. But for now, no, because some people are still, you tell someone let's do this, it will help us both. Takupinga mbaya sana.
I'd also say, like you think that I feel like right now the youth are so marginalized and they've been suppressed, like their views. So anything to get a quick buck, you see. So there's that mentality of like someone was saying that the MPs are just dishing out money. So there's that mindset also that we, like as the youth, and not just the learned ones, even the ones like everywhere collectively, like if we cohesively come together, then maybe yes. And if you just reject the politicians and whomever, like their devices, and maybe then yes. But until then, I don't know.
So I'll say we are fighting for one common agreement. Yes, because I think social media is helping youth across different countries learn about each other, learn that a lot of stereotypes that they believe about each other are like white people ideologies. It's just division. So we've seen it when the Tanzanian election, what happened. Kenya and Tanzania have, I don't know what to call it, a beef. It's more of sibling rivalry. Yes. So
Kenyans put aside, we like poking Tanzanians, so we really put aside the jokes and stood with them. We really did stand with them, and from that experience, I saw a lot of social media being used as a tool to stand with them because you can't be there physically, and any pet issue that we have is a non-issue at that point.
So you mentioned about social media being one of the driving factors to support unity.
Yeah.
Do you think there's a driving factor, partner, actor who can come to try and drive that unity? Which one?
Let her answer while I think.
Started to agree with you.
Give me time to think.
Okay.
Yeah.
You can go. If you think there's anything that's
tribalism, we're being pitted against each other of this tribal lines. And we forget easily, the events of the post-military violence and the outcomes, how the extent to which it got, and we're still allowing people to
think what we need most is civic education. For example, for me, I believe it is my right to have a good road, right? It is my right to have good education. It is my right to have a good healthcare system. But you find someone else, let me use example, people in Kisumu. For them, most of them don't, I don't know whether they are ignorant or they just don't care. They want they want someone from their tribe in government. I think that as long as they have that, they don't care whether they have good roads, they have good healthcare system. So if all of us were taught about our rights, what we are supposed to get, it starts with an individual. If I know what I'm supposed to get, and she knows what she's supposed to get, and then when we come together, all of us will have the same mindset and have the same goal. See? Yeah.
So we're talking about the internet and civic education being a driver for that unity. You're talking about tribalism being an obstruction to that unity. Are there any other thing that you feel like maybe it might be a driver or an obstruction to that common unity?
Yes, the media.
The media.
Yeah.
Do you put the media as a driver or as an obstruction to that unity?
70% obstruction, 30% driver.
70% obstruction.
Yeah.
If you can just try and specify, is it social media or mainstream media?
Mainstream
And
media.
by obstruction, what do you think they're doing that is actually an obstruction to this?
Mainstream media, for example, Citizen TV. When we go for protests, they report things that are not things that are not happening there. They somehow favor the government. When we are being beaten, tear gas, everything, they don't report that. But when an MP or the president is giving a speech somewhere, they'll give that guy full coverage. And whatever he's doing is not even important. Yeah.
Okay. Any other driver or obstruction to that?
I wanted to add on to the point about the mainstream media being an obstruction. A lot of the times you'll find that when they're covering, they do international news, whatever they'll cover will be based on what their stakeholders want to be reported. They will not report a lot of positive stories from neighboring countries or other African countries. But when something goes wrong, they're the first to report. It's not even accurate most times, and it's very divisive. So now, like, you're at home and you're thinking, oh, so this country is unstable, I can't go there for business, I can't go there for school, and now the preconceived notions coming.
That is from foreign media, international media.
Yeah, even local media. Yes.
So the media is very quick in reporting negative and not positive.
Yes.
Okay.
I'd say government in basically African countries, because government should allow even, like she's saying, us to do like business, like even to interact business with other African countries. It shouldn't be like you're setting up a business, it's like you're pulling out your hair. It's a lot of work. You have to pay this one, pay, like corruption. So I feel like government also, like you're saying, like a total system overhaul, because if systems were in place and the systems were working correctly, then cohesiveness all over Africa would be, yeah.
When the East African community was being formed, the idea that was sold to us was that the East African community countries would just going to be for the citizens to move freely, but then we realized this movement is limited to, when it comes to issues now, Matakarua has to go to Uganda to be a part of the legal representation for BCG. Now all of a sudden she's not allowed, her legal practice certificate is taking so long to be released, and then it's been like denied in the end. The same way another delegation from Kenya is trying to go to Tanzania just simply before the
I think as of late we've had a lot of representation within the foreign media spaces, so they're really working towards showcasing like stories that unify Africans. When it's something negative, don't point it towards the citizens, they'll point it towards the real culprits. We've seen it with CNN, we've seen it with BBC, and I think Al Jazeera. And there's a certain Indian news station that always covers anything Ruto does, they will cover it. Yeah. So I think because now people are getting opportunities in these media, in these media stations, that they're being given room, they're being given space to showcase Africa the way it truly is. Yeah, and I think that's beneficial.
Anything to add?
Yeah, so so besides the international media, I think organizations like you and, like let's say, the United Nations, where the majority of African countries really are part of the UN, if not all of them. And in Europe, they're very pro people. So most of our teams like human rights and such, you'll find the US, the UK, those other countries, those other first world countries, they're very pro people. So if they realize that, let's say in Kenya, people are being denied their basic rights, or their rights, human rights are just being violated, then they can have a say. They can make proposals in the United Nations, and then they get it to go down to African governments. Yeah, so that where rights of people, where rights of Africans are being violated, they are aligned. So what will happen ultimately is all African people, Africa is a people will be treated uniformly across the region. And probably that's something that you can
You've mentioned the end, you just reminded me of a body, the African. Yeah, I'll start with elephant. I've mentioned it and you were there. I think you should have just laughed and rolled down to the ground. How's your take on African Union?
African Union, I don't know, the dream is there, but the people who are supposed to execute these goals they're the same people who are fighting within our countries, so they're going there and just being as useless as they are in their own countries. So the African Union has become almost obsolete at this point. They move nothing.
Some serving.
Some serving.
Yeah?
Yes, they're serving themselves.
Self-serving. Okay.
I would even, no, if they were a bit louder, they're not loud at all. Like the only time we remembered African Union was when the late Ella was running for yeah. Before that, after that, yeah, we just hear they've gone to which country for summit, and then nothing.
Just a verification.
Oh, sorry.
So I think it's just a body. It was meant to exist and not do anything. Yeah, just that.
Just that.
Yeah.
Like most African governments.
monitor elections, however violent they are, and then just give a confirmation that the elections were free and fair.
And when they see something, they just say it, and then they're like a normal person on social media. You say something, but they have power, so they won't use it. They'll just talk, and then social media kanapata likes, then
that's it.
That's it.
It's okay. Let's hear it.
Oh, it has already been mentioned because the same AU, whatever happened here in TZ. So this is it. So you have competitors, and the elections are meant to be diplomatic, to be democratic, and the president looks his fiercest opponent himself months before the election, and then during the election, sympathizers and also part of the competitors, they also looked and abducted, right? Then voting is suppressed. People don't go and vote, and then once the results are out, not 50% of the voters vote, but now they declare that she has been voted in by a majority of 98%. It's something that has never even been done in that country. Now the irony is that now AU, which now is for all the countries in Africa, I would say congratulates for this period such an election. I have not read the charter or the constitution for but I would expect there are principles of democracy and there are principles of legal rights and everything, and those ones are not done. So I think as for me, it's as good as there is nothing for it.
So if we were to be given more airtime, do we need to give them more airtime, or do we just, let them go? The dying horse, the last kicks, done, dusted, move on from AU, let's put more air, give more airtime to someone else or something else.
I think we can still have AU, but have proper people running it. Like Traore, if we put Traore there, it would make sense having an African Union. But for now,
it starts with us, within our countries, who we install into power. Then from there, we'll be the ones getting the seats, and then the change will be up.
Plus maybe the media. The media should cover people like Traore. Okay, I know you might argue media are supposed to be biased, media are supposed to be neutral, media are supposed to be difficult, because now those are the lines which they argue out that couldn't display a police
me, I think for Africa to move forward, we need to address the issue of religions. Even when people are competing for AU, you would hear someone saying this guy will win because he's backed up by several Muslim countries. The Christians are not many. Like, we first need to get away from that. That way at least Africa can move ahead.
So, very much kesho sana. Tutafika kaswiki hapo kidogo as we give our last remarks. That was it from my side. But I just want to give like each and every one of us maybe 1 or 2 minutes to just wrap it up. Think what I've mentioned, I liked what I haven't. Suggestions, the floor is yours for anything. We can either start with cut or fish. Just a quick one, maybe just to summarize everything. Your thoughts, your comments.
I can start.
Yes, you can. Any recommendations?
Yes. So for me, first, thanks for this discussion, because it portrays the face of the country and the plight of lives that people are going through. So I wish that it be extended to other Kenyans and other countries, because it's part of what can bring people together when they discuss such issues and then brainstorm solutions that they get. Number two, as for the media or any information channel, they should advocate for people in government and or everyone in general to focus very much on the moral compass, where I need to respect other people. It should be in being able to respect them, where I need to hold integrity, where I need to hold accountability, where I need to hold truthfulness, and where I'm supposed to hold good governance. I do it honestly. Okay. Then, as Kenyans and people of Africa, then we need to go to do things that are holding us behind. And so things like tribalism, ethnicity, saying of this religion, we should see ourselves as a people and progress in poverty and bad virtues. So I think once we sort the moral compass, we get good governance, Africans are sure will be able to solve all the issues that we have. So that's all.
Thank you. Let's go to Eagle and come to Hans. He starts.
Okay. Thank you for the invite. It was very informative to hear other people's views. What I'd say is, wow, there's so much to do. There's a lot to do, even as a youth, as a people, that we should not give up. Even from what I've seen from South Africa to even Tanzania, like, we want change. We want the betterment of our country, of individuals, of the entire population. So, and we have to push. Like, we can't be complacent. We can't. Like, we really have to push our voice, because that's all we have. Yeah. To whichever channels. Yeah.
Lion, you're next.
Oh, okay. So I'd like to thank you. I'm very grateful for the invitation to join you and the rest of colleagues. I've learned so much. It's been very interactive. As far as youth protest and government is always time different, we still there's still work to do. There is still work to do, and it will be less work if you're raising voices and being heard.
Okay, thank you so much for the invite. So what I'll say is since African countries we are facing the same problem as we have seen in the video. So what I would say is we come up with something like you, but with members, not politicians, who can actually fight for us.
Yes. First, I would like to say thank you for this forum, and I would like to just to emphasize that there's no room for pessimism. That we literally have no choice but to keep fighting, and the initial fight starts within us. So, you can't be fighting against tribalism and a tribalistic. So, it starts with us. Let's regain the value for human life. And everything that we do should be based on that as a foundation. And then just continue to listen to each other and now we know what the outside noise is, so be able to distinguish what's good and what is divisive. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, thanks a lot for the invite. Thank you all for coming. I am not the one, I'm just saying thank you on my behalf. Okay. So what I like to say is we need to be more united, because we all have a common enemy, which is bad governance, and we also need to, like, people in our circles. Let's say I have like 10 friends. I need to teach them what they are supposed to. Like, I need to let them know their rights. They need to learn more about their rights, and that way, if they know, they teach more people. And then when we go to protest, at least we know what we are fighting for. See at sit in a protest, and then you're there looking at someone's show, and then you're fighting for someone from your tribe to be in government. Like, we first need to look for ourselves. That's all I can say.
So I can take it back to me to thank you again so much as I know you're going to have already started that. So thank you so much for actually making time to attend. We don't take it for granted. Some intensive 3 hours of your time. But hopefully it would go to something positive would come out of it. Now, so I think I'll hand it over to Joanne to wrap it up. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Joanne Gashuge, and I'm PM in charge of this project. And I would like to thank everyone for taking the time to come here. This was a very interactive session, and that I enjoyed listening to you guys. So thank you for your time, your contribution. I am hopeful that the insights will be very helpful in, advancing strategies on how we can best include youth voices in policy.